everyone! Welcome back to another episode of Lilbumblebear's Let's Play Nancy Drew series. We are continuing with the 14th mystery in the series. Nancy Drew, Danger by Design, made in 2006. This is definitely one of my top 5 favorite Nancy Drew games of all time. It takes place in France, which is my origin. My mother and grandmother were born in France, and I've actually been to that country, so this has a very special place in my heart. As many of you who follow my streams probably already know this, but if you're new, there's a little bit of tidbit about me. Je parle un peu français, bienvenue. Je m'appelle Christine, and I am also joined with my amazing co-hosts, as always, Vic and Sunny. Hello, you two.
Hello, everybody.
Bonjour.
Bonjour.
Are you ready to go to France?
Oui. Oui.
So, what are you expecting with a mystery called Danger by Design?
I'm pretty sure that someone's going to be designing some danger.
I'm expecting a fashion, but what do I know?
Ooh, I think Vic's a little bit closer with that one.
And I'm expecting the baguette.
There might be a baguette. There might be.
Croissant.
Make sure that you leave a like, leave a comment down below if you've played this Nancy Drew game or any of the others, and subscribe for more Nancy Drew content. I have a playlist with all of the previous Nancy Drew videos on this channel, so if you want to see some other mysteries, go check those out. Sunny and Vic have hosted almost all of them except the first one. I did a live stream of Stay Tuned for Danger. What was the very first game? Oh my goodness, I can't remember the name of the very first game, but that one was a live stream from years ago, but it's all on my channel, so go check it out, everyone. And thank you for being here. That's gonna bother me that I can't remember. Oh, secrets can kill, there we go. Okay, we can move on now. That was gonna bother me. Alright, well, without further ado, pack your suitcases and grab your plane ticket, because we are flying to France. Enjoy.
Hi, I'm Nancy Drew. Since you can tell a lot about a person by where he or she lives, I thought I'd introduce myself by showing you my room. As you can see, I keep it pretty neat. Of course, I don't spend that much time in here. I always seem to be off solving mysteries. Anyway, here's my center of operations, my desk. Go ahead and poke around. If you want to know the particulars of how I do what I do, take a look at the book titled How to Be a Detective. It's real helpful, especially if you're new to the mystery-solving business. And be sure to check out my scrapbook. I put memorabilia from all my past cases in there. A lot of them were pretty dangerous and at times really scary. But don't say anything about that to my dad, okay? He worries about me enough as it is. And whatever you do, read what's in the file called Case File. That will tell you all about the mystery I'm about to try to solve. If you think you're ready to dive into that mystery, just click on the plane ticket and you'll be on your way.
This doesn't look like France.
Welcome to the new starting screen for the future Nancy Drew games. Instead of her writing a letter, well, right away, we are in her actual room, and we get to kind of interact with some stuff before we start the mystery. So this is kind of the tutorial book that teaches you what you need to know if you don't know how to play, like how to use the phone, talking to people, someone's mowing their lawn, something.
It's 6 in the morning. Could you stop?
This is all the past games, in case you maybe never played any of the other ones prior to maybe buying this game, or if you did play them, you just want to go back and remember. It's really cool. They show you photos, and she gives little descriptions of what happened. But they don't reveal who the culprit was, so it's not a spoiler. It just shows you more of the game. It's kind of, it doubles as, I guess, an advertising thing. And now, Sunny, we can remember all the games we've done so you can rank your favorite. Isn't that great?
Yeah, that's right. Do that now.
We can do that now. So this was the first one we recorded. Stay tuned for Danger, right?
Right.
This was Vic's favorite for a while. The manor. This is one of my top 5 favorites, Treasure in the Royal Tower. Which is, funny enough, This was a computer game CD-ROM that I actually brought with me to France and played on a Windows 94 computer in France, so it kind of ties in with this one being special too.
Yeah, this is super accurate.
This one can burn in a fire for all I care. Goodbye. Do you guys remember this one? Oh my goodness.
Oh yeah. I kind of like this one, but you weren't a fan of it because it was scary.
I didn't like it, but you liked it. Honestly, it's not that bad, but... Oh, this one was...
Your favorite. This one.
This
one.
This was good. This was a good one, guys. Remember all the temple quiz stuff? That was fun.
Yeah, it's lots of back and forth. Love it.
One of these people gets amnesia, and it's a lot of fun.
No, yeah, amnesia, forgetting your identity, very fun.
Very fun. Oh, this one, this isn't one of my top 5 favorites, but this one I do have a soft spot for, the dogs. I liked the whole being out in the wilderness and the cabin feel. I think you kind of liked this one too, right, Sonny?
Yeah.
So, this was nice. I liked this one. Okay, this was a cute one. This was a cute one. This was the amusement park one. It was a lot of fun. Definitely enjoyed it. Whoops, skip one. Okay. Now this one had a different flavor to it. It was the first aquatic mystery. Someone's still edging. This one was sweet too. It was. I like this one.
Mm-hmm.
Only like 3 suspects, maybe a 4th.
Yeah, there were 3. Yeah. No, there were 4.
There was 4, but the other
yeah.
one was kind of there, kind of not, kind of, yeah. Oh, now this one. Oh, this was fun. You remember?
Especially in that one room.
Yeah, in that one room.
That was very fun.
And do you remember we always had to do something to get something over and over and over again?
Yes.
Like, oh man, this, I like the atmosphere of this one. I liked the music. It's not my favorite, but it was special in its own way. Okay, now this one. Yes. Yes. Yes.
This one was the funny one.
Yes, this was a good one. I think this is one of my top 5 favorites too. It is. It is. It is. That means I only have 2 other favorites you guys will discover in the future. But this one, it's the 30s. Remember the telegrams? Oh, that was good.
Yes, in the Shirley Temple impression.
Oh,
yes,
gosh, please
go.
let me deliver it to him, please. He gets this little twinkle in his eye and he dances and it makes me so happy.
Just take the letter and don't kill me, alright?
And this is the one we just finished. Which,
yes, my current favorite.
This is Vic's current favorite.
Train to Blue Moon Canyon.
And this, I gotta tell you, this one is so close to being a top 5 favorite. It really is. This is definitely in the top 10. Because it takes place solely on a train. You do get to go out at some point and kind of explore a little bit outside of the train when you reach this little town area. But for the most part, it's all on the train. It's very ornate. I thought the room designs were very beautiful and antique, and it kind of reminded me a little bit of Murder on the Orient Express, which is Agatha Christie, because all good mysteries have to take place on a train at some point. So definitely, go check out the previous Nancy Drew video, guys. It's this one. You will love it. So, yeah, now every time we finish a game, guys, we can go back and look at it in the dossier. So let's take a look at this mysteries case file.
Ooh.
Okay, cover assignment. Travel to Paris and work as an assistant to Minette, an up-and-coming American fashion designer whose behavior has lately become alarmingly bizarre and erratic. Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
I don't even think Nancy writes the letters to Ned anymore. I think this is supposed to give you the synopsis without the letter.
No.
Yeah.
Guess they broke up.
No, they're still together.
Oh, okay.
Why? Are you wanting to date Nancy?
Oh, no. Nah.
All right.
Dude, she was solving mysteries in like late 90s, right? It would have been like, what, 4?
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. Anyways, so Minette's been acting very bizarre. She's been firing people left and right. She's been throwing temper tantrums, refusing to return phone calls, running dangerously behind schedule, and wearing a full face mask all day, every day, even while working.
That's just normal.
Now, so the cover assignment. So now, you know, I think Nancy always did this, but to make it more apparent, now she's got a cover where she's pretending to be this, but the secret, true assignment is below. The real assignment is to discover the reason for Minette's strange behavior and report back to Amy, a client of Nancy's dad, and Minette's biggest financial backer, who wants to know. Is Minette cracking under the pressure of trying to make her spring collection even more spectacular than her fall collection was? Will she have enough designs done for there to even be a spring collection? Is she up to something that Miss Grunhill doesn't know about? Was investing in Minette a mistake? Is it time to pull the financial plug on her? And the additional info is Minette has one other assistant, an American named Heather, with whom Nancy is working with. And Minette's studio is in an old windmill, a Moulin in French, in a section of Paris called, I believe that's Montmartre? Mount? I'll figure it out. But, yeah, so that's what's going on here. We've got a very bizarre fashion designer lady acting crazy, and we have to figure out what's going on.
It's Heather.
You sure?
Oh, there's more. She designs clothes primarily for plus-size women. Nancy took 2 years of French in school, so she should be able to get by.
Yeah, they'll help you out.
And then Nancy's dad made her promise to not go anywhere in Paris at night by herself.
Good idea.
And no matter what, I cannot let Minette find out that I'm here to check up on her. According to Miss Grunhild, she could really lose it then. And we have a map of Paris.
Yay.
All right, you ready to fly?
Let's go.
Are we there yet?
No, Sonny. We're not there yet.
Are we there yet?
No.
In preparation for our landing, please make sure your seatbelt is securely fastened.
We're there.
Taxi!
You just had to ruin that intro, really.
Sorry.
Hello?
I said don't come near me.
No, Minette, don't!
What?
Stay back, you hear me? Stay back!
Bonjour, vous êtes... are you Nancy?
Yeah?
I'm Heather McKay. Welcome! I'm so glad you're here. How was your flight?
Fine.
Doesn't
Well,
sound very
actually,
good.
they lost my suitcase, so I don't have any clothes or my cell phone. What's going on in there? Is someone hurt?
That's just Minette throwing one of her tantrums. Don't worry. She'll stop screaming right now. They lost your suitcase? That's terrible. Well, at least you're staying with Jing Jing. She'll have tons of clothes you can borrow.
Is she all right?
Oh, you mean Minette? Don't worry, she's fine. At least she will be after phase 3, which should begin right about now.
And now she's happy.
See, she uses this process that some shrink taught her to manage anger and frustration. First, she vents her rage for 10 seconds, then 6 seconds of sobs and tears, and finally, at least 4 seconds of robust laughter, all of which restores her positive flux.
Huh?
It's all very weird, but it works, and believe me, without it, she would be impossible to work for. With it, she's a mere nightmare to work for. Anyway, ready to get started?
You bet.
That desk over there will be your workstation. I made a list of all the things that need to get done and put them on your computer. That's a Metro Pass. It'll let you ride the subway all over the city for free. Go ahead and take it.
Carte blanche.
Answering the phone is your job. If you have any questions, just ask. Ask me, that is. Do not bother Minette. She's behind on her spring collection and is in danger of falling way behind on her couture projects.
Why is she so far behind?
She's been under a lot of stress lately.
Heather?
Yes?
I hear voices. Who are you talking to out there?
Nancy Drew, you know, from the States?
Well, she's no good to me out there. Send her in.
Yes, Minette.
Oh.
As soon as you feel up to it, she's right through that door.
What do you mean by couture?
High fashion dresses and accessories that people have commissioned Minette to create. Needless to say, those people are très riche. In fact, she's designing the dress the First Lady will wear to the World Summit in November. Pretty cool, huh?
I'll let you get back to work.
Okay.
Alright, so what do you guys think so far?
Man.
Minette is crazy. There you go. That's what I think.
Nah.
Nah, fam. Nah, she's legit.
She's fine.
She's crazy.
Hey, Heather.
All she needs are some good memes, and she'll be good.
Never mind. Oh, wait, Heather. Actually. No, never mind. Wait, actually, Heather. No, I'm just kidding. Alright, let's go meet Miss Crazy herself.
Well, there you are. I was
All
just
right,
about
don't
to
kill
call
me.
Amy Grunhill
Yeah,
and tell her that
crazy.
this internship thing she'd arranged for you was off. It's bad enough Amy foisting you on me like this. The day I become financially independent and can tell people like her to buzz off will be the happiest day of my life. Well, you're here, we've met, so get to work. Heather did give you a list of chores, right?
Yes, I'm all set.
One more thing. See that form over there? The one I've just started to drape? Don't touch it. Don't even go near it. That's the dress I'm designing for the First Lady. Now go. Actually, make me a pot of my special tea first. It was custom blended by my tea therapist, so make sure you follow the directions. When you're done, pour me a cup and leave it on the table. A nice big boost of herbal energy never fails to get my brain cells firing.
Okay, so she wants us to make her some tea. Oh, look, it's
She's
this.
wearing a mask.
She's wearing a mask. Well, we don't
That's
know.
Oops. Haven't done.
That's
Still
not
need to
actually
do
her.
that.
It's
Yeah,
not actually her.
you don't think that's the real Minette?
That's fake. I'm kidding.
Oh my goodness.
Oh,
But I think
so
you do,
rude,
Kristen.
Minette.
Oh yeah, she talks to herself. She's really great.
Rude.
Rude.
Go ahead.
No,
This
no,
is
I
by
think she
actually
did-
someone we're gonna meet. Jean-Michel
Oh, Jean-Michel
Schleckenau. Yes.
Jackanai. I don't speak back yet.
Wow.
I'm sorry. At the conclusion of Minette's false show, the audience leapt to its feet and applauded her for full 5 minutes, electrified by her latest wide, willy, and wild creations, calling for Minette to join her models on the runway and acknowledge their adulation. And at last, join them she did, wearing a mask that she has yet to remove. Why the red-hot American-born designer, whose 24/7 line casual clothes designed to be worn all day, every day, that the worldwide trend last spring, has taken to covering her face is a fashion mystery as odd and perplexing as narrow colors. But then, conventional has never been a word that applies to Minette, shunning the mainstream from the start. She is committed to designing clothes for normal-sized women, size 12 and up. Her curvaceous creations never fail to be flattering yet flamboyant, practical yet playful. Minette, you can stop with the stupid accent if you want.
I don't care.
I can stop with the stupid accent if you really want me to. That's the real. Minette, were Minette, were she to use her favorite word to describe them, would say that they are simply and totally rude. How has she managed to come so far so fast? She attributes her success to hard work, stubbornness, and the efforts of a gifted psychotherapist. Former employee.
Hugo Butterly, eat
Oh
your
my-
heart out.
Oh, he will. Employees say she's very difficult to work for, calling her temperamental, egotistical, demanding, and extremely rude. and not in the way Minette uses the word. Minette does have one loyal subordinate. Carol has always been with her since the day she arrived in Paris, and Carol never complains. Nor does she let the fact that Minette considers her to be her lucky charm. Well, sorry, I messed up the sentence. My bad. I need to reread that. Nor does she let the fact that Minette considers her to be her lucky charm go to her head. Of course, this is undoubtedly because, as a dress form, Carol doesn't have one. Okay, I'm gonna stop the accent now.
Okay.
When asked why she wears the mask, Minette simply says, "I'm a fashion designer." Why is not a question I need to answer. Who knows? Perhaps the public will follow suit. Perhaps wearing a mask will soon become a fashion statement. De rigueur at balls and benefits. Stranger things have happened in this business. Remember plastic berets?
Ugh.
Minette named her favorite dress form Carol. Okay.
That was immaculate. Thank you, Sonny.
Let's see. To make Minette her tea, the first thing I should do is read these instructions.
Right.
Then I should put whichever herbs the instructions say I need into this pot of boiling water. Then when I'm done, I should click on the teapot so I can pour the tea into a cup. If I make a mistake and need to throw out an herb that I chose, or the tea itself, all I have to do is click on the sink. Okay, I think I'm ready.
Okay.
Man, we were making fun of Nancy for... We were making fun of Minette for talking to herself. It looks like Nancy does a lot of that, too.
So, after painstaking analysis of her body type, age, mood swings, eating habits, and lifestyle, I formulated the following blood for Minette and Minette only. Okay. Le docteur. Okay.
Le docteur. Huh.
The consequences of anyone but Minette drinking this tea could be catastrophic, so it's
I'm
for
sure.
her alone.
I'm sure.
Pleasant taste and an instant soothing effect. If made incorrectly, it tastes foul and have a negative effect. Okay, must be strictly adhered to. Okay. Must always have the following herbs on hand.
If Minette has had a temper tantrum in the last 14 days, and if she declares that blue is her favorite color on the day that... Excuse me, Minette, but what's your favorite color?
Red.
Okay. Just relax. Minette's right here. No.
When asked to pick a number between 1 and 10, if Minette chooses an odd number on the day the tea is to be consumed... Minette, could you please pick a number between 1 and 10?
10.
Man,
What?
that is very... I don't even know how to put that into words.
What, the tea instructions?
The weird tea instructions. Favorite colors and picking a number. I
Yeah.
too can make stuff up.
Yeah. Well, don't worry. We'll get her tea just right. Alright. First thing
Just
we're gonna need...
Make her some nice black tea.
Some boom jam in there. Some Breland.
But yeah. Did you enjoy my performance?
You did very well. You did very well. Didn't he, Vic?
You can tell me how it's dumb if you really... If that's what you actually think. You tell me how it's dumb. I was trying to be dumb.
Is Vic there? I have no idea.
I'm still here.
So what'd you think of his performance?
It was excellent.
I actually liked it. I was not making fun of you when I was laughing. I was having fun with it.
No, the point was to be made fun of, Kristen.
Oh.
The joke is...
I mean, I liked it and it made me laugh, but I enjoyed it. I wasn't like, oh my goodness, stop. Okay.
That should do it. I finished making your tea.
Just leave it there.
Okay. We're
I
gonna
have a
see if she
mental
kills me or
breakdown.
not. Here we go.
After I have a
What happened
mental
to your
breakdown.
wall?
You're not really talking to me while I'm trying to work, are you?
Sorry.
No. No.
Oh, I
I'm
talk to
not.
myself too. I'm talking to the person right next to me. Don't you see them?
Interesting material.
You're not touching that, are you?
I was just looking. What kind of material is this?
It's a brand new blend. Doesn't even have a name yet. Don't you have work to do?
Just curious.
Okay. Bye.
Nancy, come back here.
Ooh, I did well.
The tea is utterly rude. I can already feel my creativity flowing again, building like a wave on the ocean, surging towards some unseen shore. I have another job for you, a very critical job. See the stuff that I've been studying? That, in essence, is my spring collection.
Uh-huh.
All those objects have certain things in common which speak to and stimulate the artistic sinews of my subconscious, from which all the designs I need will eventually burst forth.
Uh-huh.
They're all totally rude, but they're not enough. I need more, Nancy. You need to take the number 7 metro to Pont Neuf, go to the flea market in Square de Vergalant Park, and buy me 4 more things with qualities identical to the ones each of these possesses. Use this bag. Put everything in there as soon as you buy it. I don't want anyone seeing what you bring me. It could give away my whole collection.
Okay.
I don't think she
Here's
knows what
some
weird
money.
means.
I'm just supposed to go out and buy things?
Stuff. I want stuff. New stuff that's just like this old stuff, only different. Now just take a good look at my stuff, then go. Go!
Okay, Minette, we'll go buy stuff.
Alright, let's go. Hey, you know, all that stuff looked like it was, you know, junk and garbage, so maybe instead of going to the store, we can go and save some money by going to the trash heap. Just an idea.
Still need to do... Been there, done that.
I want to check out what's around here.
Leave that alone, okay?
Okay.
Why is that contain the poison you're screwing Minette over with?
Okay, we have a phone. Ooh. Oh yes, because we're in France, we don't get a cell phone here. We have to use a calling card to reach the States. Let's see who my contacts are. Bess and where's Ned?
Well, rip.
What'd I tell you?
It's okay, they're just on a break. It's okay. We still got Bess
You
and
were
George.
on a break.
Hello?
Bonjour.
Oh, Nancy! George, go get on the other line, quick. It's Nancy. And remember, talk fast. She's calling all the way from France. So where are you? What have you seen? How do you like Paris? What's Minette like? Have you learned how to design clothes?
Bess, slow down. You don't have to talk fast, okay? My dad bought me a phone card and told me to make as many calls as I want.
Oh.
Great. Hi, Nance. What's going on? How's Paris? Have you seen the Louvre? What about the Eiffel Tower? How many famous people? George, 3 words. Prepaid phone card. Oh, great. Hey, perfect timing. We were just about to go for a run. Whoa, wait a minute. A run? Jog. I meant jog. But you said run. I meant jog. You know how I feel about the R word, George. Jog. We're going for a jog, Bess. Honest. So, Nance, tell us about Jing Jing Ling.
I can't. I haven't met her yet.
Then tell us about Minette.
I can't do that either. See, the airline lost my cell phone. I'm calling from her office.
So what can you talk about?
Nothing.
Can you give me a hint?
Have fun. Amusez-vous bien. Show off.
I don't even need a hint because I don't have any puzzles to solve right now.
Oh, you need to get to work or something.
No, I'm busy
Kristen
making
Drew.
No, I'm busy making phone calls. I'm busy making phone calls, okay?
Yeah, I'm busy making some international calls.
Well, you know what? Sometimes I gotta make some calls. I'm gonna call the boys. I like this music.
Hello?
Hey, Joe, it's Nancy.
Nancy? As in Drew? I thought you were in France.
I am in France.
Frank, pick up the phone down there. It's Nancy Drew calling from France. Everything okay?
Everything's great.
Hey, Nancy.
Hi, Frank. Whoa, you sound out of breath.
Not out of breath, out of shape. Me? Hey, you're the one who's been taking a break for the last 2 hours.
Break from what?
Carrying furniture upstairs.
Carpet layers are coming to redo the basement tomorrow, so we gotta get everything out. And I use the term we loosely.
Hey, I'm pacing myself here.
You're in the kitchen eating jelly donuts, aren't you?
Not anymore.
What, man? What a Chad. What a Chad move.
Well, I made it to Paris, okay?
Great. Exactly where in Paris are you?
In the old windmill that houses Minette's office and studio. It's in the section of Paris called Montmartre. The outer office looks like any other modern office, but Minette's studio, which is inside the Moulin itself, is very old and funky.
What's Minette like?
Actually,
Insane.
I can't really say right now.
What do you mean? You have met her, right?
Joe, she's calling from the office. She probably means she can't talk right now because she might be overheard.
Exactly.
Oh, right.
What else is going on there?
Oh, you know.
That's it for now.
Au
Nothing.
revoir.
Au rev.
But literally.
Au rev. Ditto.
Wow, can you even say that?
Well, that was so fun. I really enjoyed talking to my friends for 3 minutes.
Yay!
Oh, this will make you smile.
These doodles sure look familiar.
Hey.
Guess who
Well,
used
say
to
this
work
person.
here, and guess who was the previously fired assistant?
What are all these Cocoa Kringles doing in my studio? Oh, haha.
This is a character we're gonna meet.
Yeah, I figured that. I was wondering. I remember you told me about this person. I was wondering, like, you haven't seen or heard from this person in forever.
I'm Minette's only friend, Carol. Rude. Get back to work, Sonny. Deliver this, order that. I told you no eating at the desk. Blah, blah, blah.
Okay.
Yeah, bottoms up. Watching Hugo hidden. Baguette. There's the baguette. Minette. Minette. Oh, Père de Dieter. Rude! Oh my goodness. Arriva, Carol, bon voyage. Voilà, Minette, grrr, sa, boohoo, blah, ha, 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 ha. Oh yeah, her little 10-second emotional breakdown. He thinks that Minette was an alien that transformed. The computer says Carol, rude. More dead flowers for Minette. Figures, poor things probably died of fright when they heard they were going to her.
Oof. He was not a fan of her.
Go Dodo, do the Dodo dad that you Dodos do. What?
What?
Okay, D6,
I mean-
D6, C, D, B, C, B, what? Right, left, up, left, up. You know, I'm gonna take a picture of this. I feel like this is something important. I don't know why.
You know,
I just feel like
much
this...
as I like, much like to call Minette insane, so is this guy.
Yeah.
So is this guy.
He's got some Cocoa Kringles, so that was cool.
Yay.
That was a cool little cameo from Sunny June.
Yep.
Little funny side tidbit. We're going to see a lot of like Sunny June moments where he was previously where we were.
Sunny was here. Sunny June. That's why those doodles look familiar. Sunny June did them. He must have been Minette's last assistant. Wow, that guy gets around.
Jane's game portal. Oh, Jane!
Games.
Jane from the mansion.
Right.
Mail. Ooh, we got some mail. Okay. First lady dress fitting. To Miss McKay, in anticipation of the final fitting for the first
Wrong
lady's
accent.
evening gown. What?
I said wrong answer. Wrong accent. This is France.
To Mrs. McKay, in anticipation of the final fitting for the first lady's evening gown, please be advised that two of our agents may visit your premises in the near future to ascertain and assess security risks and to interview any and all employees. Thank you for your cooperation. Yours, Courtney Buckholst. Yeah, that sounds French.
There it wasn't.
Hello, Heather. Like everyone else in France, we at L'Interrogateur are eager to know why Minette wears that mask. Since we all know that Minette goes through assistance like a horse goes through hay, I can only assume that the reason Minette hasn't fired you yet is because she trusts you. Therefore, I am assuming that you know her secret. I am prepared to pay you a large sum of money for that secret. It will be the easiest money you ever make. I will call you soon. I hope we can do business. Renee.
I was laughing.
I
was laughing like
never
that.
mind. Oh, look,
very
Elmo's
French.
Pizza Parlor. Because I've been doing all those Sesame Street Let's Plays. Yes.
3 out of my last 4 attempts to deliver pizza to your place of business has resulted in screaming triads that cause my delivery person to fear for their lives.
I can't do Elmo. Hey, as you know, one of them quit on the spot. I realized that Minette is a artist with the tolerance for interruptions.
How about this in New Yorker?
But such outbursts are uncalled for and are detrimental to my employees' emotional health. Therefore, we no longer do business with you. I'm sorry if this causes you any inconvenience. My employees, however, are not. Rudolfo Santigiani. Santioni. Oh my goodness, oh my goodness, oh my god, look at this. Who's this?
That's Emily Griffin.
Yes, Emily Griffin.
Yep, that they are.
Do you not recognize that name?
Nope.
Vic, do you? M's Emporium?
Yes.
Oh. Okay.
It's that redneck from Ghost Dogs of Moon Lake who had the
Why she send an email?
It's just her.
You ready?
Alright, go for it.
Dear Miss Minette, I ain't never wrote nothing like this before, and I ain't too sure about this email stuff neither. But I saw a picture of a dress in a magazine when I was working the library shift just now, and I mean, it was just so beautiful, it stopped me in my tracks. Maybe it was just 'cause the gal what was wearing it was kind of shaped like me. I ain't huge or nothing, but I ain't exactly skinny neither. Or maybe it was 'cause all the colors in it reminded me of these pretty bottles I got back home on Moon Lake. But anyways, I liked that dress a bunch, and when I looked at the other dresses on the page, I liked them too. So I read the article, what came with them, and found out you was their designer. So I thought you should know you make good dresses, and you shouldn't pay no mind to anybody what says you don't. Especially that butterfly fella. He sounds like a first-class jerk to me. Your fan, Emily Griffin. Wasn't that cute? You'll find cameos of past game characters. Alright. Hello, Sunny June!
Here we go. Oh, never mind. Alright, go for it.
Oh, go ahead.
No, they're gonna do an annoying French accent. Yeah.
Well, it's from someone named Simon Bilad. But you can if you want.
Is that girl's name or?
Oh, is that Simone? That might be Simone.
Might be Simone.
Oh. Hello, Sunny June. We have received the 2 bolts of Floral 302 which you returned to us and have credited your account accordingly. We are sorry that Minette found the material to be substandard. Rest assured that had there been any doubt as to its quality, to date we have received no other complaints about that particular lot. The material would have not been for sale. Thank you for your patience. Wow, Minette didn't like it. Okay.
Okay.
Kromeister. Dear customer, on August 2nd, you ordered 3 white drawing tablets, 2 boxes number 2 lead pencil, 1 gum erasers, 1 fine tip blue ballpoint pens, 1 box earplugs. Your order number is 8379982A. Please allow 6 business days for shipping. Thank you from your friends at Kromeister Office Supplies. That was nice.
Pick up envelope from J.J. Ling. Pick up fabric photos from Dieter von Schwesterkrank. Deliver photos to Jean-Michel Traquenard. Fix plotter. Do whatever Minette tells you to do and do it fast.
That's great.
Dieter von Schwesterkrank. I was trying to read that name.
Oh, Dieter von Schwesterkrank. He's German.
Yeah, I was gonna say he. I was gonna be German. Never mind.
Go ahead.
You're the homie. You're Tom. Dieter von Schwester. I can't remember his name. Schwesterkrank. He homie.
Did you just say he's a homie?
Yes. He homie.
Okay. That's
That was only a German joke, and just dumb joke.
he's the homie.
That's where I was going.
He's defo the homie.
Forget something?
Has this windmill or Moulin always been a fashion design studio?
No. In fact, until a year or two ago, this little old lady lived here. When she passed away, this place went on the market and Minette snapped it up. See, Minette has this thing about curves. She claimed working in a quasi-round environment like this would make her more productive.
And has it?
As if. But she has gotten a lot of press out of it. In fact, if there's one thing I've learned from Minette, it's that how a designer behaves is likely to get her just as much attention in the fashion world as what she designs.
Oh, this is all an
Why
act.
does Minette wear that mask?
All I know is that back in March, on the last day of her big fall show, she showed up wearing that mask and she hasn't taken it off since.
You didn't know she was going to do that?
No, no one did. Not even Dieter. That was her boyfriend at the time. Dieter von Schwesterkrank, the fashion
Oh, she
photographer.
dated the homie.
Who is Dieter von Schwesterkrank?
He's this awesome fashion
My
photographer. But listen, as it turns out, I have to run an errand in that area, so I'll pick up those fabric photos.
Oh no, that's okay. I'll do it. Finding his studio will help me get more familiar with Paris. In fact, why don't I run your errand too?
No, that's all right. It can wait. Getting those prints to Jean-Mi is much more important.
Why is that?
Jean-Michel Traquenard is the fashion editor for Glam Glam magazine.
Glam
All
glam.
he really is a glorified gossip columnist, so it pays to be nice to him.
Jean-Michel.
Which, as you'll find out, ain't easy. His office is the Café Kiki on the Rue des Mauvais Garçons in the Marais. Look for the bald guy at the corner table. He'll have a cell phone in one hand and a fork in the other.
Okay, I'll look for a bald guy. Thank you, Minette. Thank you,
Yep.
Heather.
What's
There's
with all the red
not many
paint
bald
that's
men,
splattered on
so
the wall in Minette's studio?
that should be easy.
I came in one morning last month and there it was. Minette must have had a bad night.
You didn't ask her about it?
Minette always throws things when she's upset. Remember what happened when you first arrived?
Oh yeah, the potted plant. I get your point. Thanks for your help.
Whenever you have questions, just ask.
Well, that was groovy.
Nice.
Okay, we don't need to deal with that right now. Oh, do I need to fix
What's
the
It's
Yes.
very.
That's the plotter. It's broken. Fixing it is one of your jobs.
So,
She's very.
Hmm?
I was gonna say she's very insistent on meeting Dieter. Well, if there's
we're
some-
going to meet Dieter von Schwesterkrank. Le homie.
Schwesterkrank.
Yeah, so I have to fix this thing. See how this works.
Oh, maybe.
We'll see. I think this is... We'll see.
There.
Got it. Okay.
Nice.
Oh, the phone.
Nancy,
I hope this
Bonjour,
is...
Minette's House of Design.
Bonjour. My name is Lynn Manrique. I'm with the Modern History Department at UC Kearns in the
No one
States.
cares.
And I'm following up on the letter I sent to Minette about 2 weeks ago concerning Noisette Tornade.
Noisette Tornade?
It's that historian person, isn't it? Tell her we're sorry, but Minette is extremely busy and won't be able to get back to her for at least 6 weeks.
I'm sorry, but
I heard. Well, 6 weeks it is then. Thank you anyway.
Well, you know.
The lost lady.
Don't you? Okay.
Wait, Sippy calling card.
Yeah, that's the
Is it Sippy fast and?
Oh, Ooh, like zippy, the zippy gas?
Yeah.
Ooh. I don't know. Oh, did we look at these? Oh, there's Hugo Butterfly.
Butterly.
Yeah. High heels.
It's
and
Hugo. Hugo.
Frou for you, Mascara Mayhem. New studio opens. Okay.
Hugo.
Wherever Hugo I go. Brilliant? No? Yes? Maybe?
Oh, go for
Maybe.
it. Go for it.
Okay. There you go.
Here we go. For 2 years, fashion fanatics on both sides of the Atlantic
What?
have gobbled up the stylistic confections of Hugo Butterly with an enthusiasm that shows no signs of stopping. As a result, designers have not only outgrown the tiny London loft where he started out as a mere 4 years ago, but it seems he's outgrown his native England as well. Last month, he opened his new studio in Paris, out of which he now intends to work. Being intended for the opening was like being invited to the presidential palace, only better, much better. I'm doing the wrong accents, aren't I? I'm doing the wrong accent.
It's okay. I don't care.
Wait, where did I leave off? Well, celebrities from all over the globe descended on the studio, located on the trendy. Okay, I'm not gonna lie. I have no idea how to pronounce the first letter. The first word here.
Where?
Located on the trendy, and I don't know how you pronounce that word.
Trendy Ile de Saint Louis.
Ile de Saint Louis. So many people showed up. So many people showed up. Butterly, the colorful, free-flowing, full figure-flattering styles that are his signature. That was difficult to tell the guests from the models as the designer had hired to promote his latest line. But as the night wore on, it became apparent that there were more people in attendance who did not have invitations than people who did, a fact which infuriated the designer, who had deliberately limited the number of guests to reduce the risk of damage to his new facility. Although several people said that Butterly was practically purple with rage that night, he said nothing to any of his guests and had no one to note. But within a week, all the party crashers had gotten a bill for 300 euros, which, they were told, they had to pay or they would be charged with trespassing. Within another week, all had paid. When asked about the incident, Hugo just shrugged. They took advantage of me and they paid for it. I'm not very good at forgiving and forgetting. I may be the world's greatest fashion designer, but I'm afraid I'm not a very nice person. I'm sorry, a name like Hugo, I had to do something. Name like Hugo, I'm sorry.
Yeah, Sonny, good job. Okay. Bye. You say you don't like Hugo? Is that what you said?
No, a name like Hugo, I had to do.
Oh yeah, name like
accent
Hugo.
like
Yeah. Okay. Well, we're gonna leave now. Oh. Well.
Oh, we got trouble.
There's something on the floor here. Looks like someone slipped it under the door. It's for Minette.
Go ahead and open it.
Oh.
Make the most of what little time you have left. Soon it will all be
Doesn't this feel familiar?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
no, not another one.
Minette's gotten other letters like this?
Letters, phone calls. They started sometime in April, then they stopped, then they started up again in July. And last month, someone sent Minette dead flowers every day for a week. She locks the letters up in her dodo box over there in order to neutralize them.
May I keep this letter?
Why? I mean, if you were some kind of private detective, I'd say sure, but since you're not, just put it in the dodo box.
But I mean, okay. How do you open this thing?
You don't. There's a lock on it, but Minette is convinced that if she opens it, all the wickedness in there will escape and wreak havoc. In fact, don't say anything to her about that letter. It'll just upset her, and if she falls any further behind, she'll have to cancel her show next month. And if that happens, she may as well cancel her career.
Okay.
Thanks for your help.
Okay.
Woohoo!
Yeah.
Hooray!
Hey!
I want to open up that box.
Sending letters.
Ben can't check. Oops.
Okay, I
haven't
got
done
some
that.
shopping to do. I got some visiting to do.
I'll tell you a drop.
Okay, I have to go. You know what's so interesting? My great grandmother actually owned a shop in Paris and ran it, and I believe it was around. I think it was actually around this place somewhere near Point Neuf. Because I remember when I was playing this game when I was younger, my mom, she saw the map of Paris and she was telling me the history of what her grandmother did. So that was really cool.
Which I made my joke about enough and I flew over your head.
Because I was busy explaining something for the audience. Sonny. Okay, we are at Point Neuf.
To
Pretty soon you'll have enough of
memory
that.
of the French fighters.
Ah, or two.
Bonjour. Lequel préférez-vous?
Parlez-vous anglais?
If you buy, I speak whatever you like. I see you over there at the monument with the cross of Lorraine. You are a tourist?
Actually, I have a job here in Paris, but it's only temporary, so I guess I'm kind of a tourist.
Tourists are good. I welcome tourists. I am Malika. I sell fine things from around the world. The others who sell here, they sell things which they pry from the muck of their basements. You see something you like?
Well,
Wow, this is all great.
Man,
you're selling a wheel from a
this is
kitty
junk
car?
from around the
With
world.
imagination, that wheel can be put to many uses, which is why the price is 35 euros.
I'm just gonna.
Bruh.
I don't think so.
What else do you like?
I'll come back.
Guess I'm
I'm
just
going-
not in a buying mood.
When you come back, maybe then I have what you like.
I'll remember that.
Merci. Au revoir.
I'm gonna browse.
Bonjour, mademoiselle. Monsieur Marchand, à votre service.
Bonjour, Monsieur Marchand.
American tourist?
Sort of. Is that okay?
I like Americans. They are smart. I sell good stuff and they can tell. So, what are you going to buy?
What? Is that a rubber
Well-
glove? What is that?
Oh no, you know what that is? Does that not look
Please
familiar?
enlighten me.
Does this not look familiar?
It looks like a rubber glove.
Okay, no. Do you remember in the carousel game there was this really weird monster and it had arms that looked like this?
Is it its arm?
Oh.
It was the arm. Do you remember
Alright.
it was a glowing thing and we had to put like a ring on it? It was like towards the end of the game.
Right.
Yeah. I would like to buy this.
Can never have too many of these, I guess.
It is an excellent coffee can. I practically give it to you for 7 euro.
How about 4?
Would you take 4 euros for it?
Vendu. What else tickles the fancy?
Nothing else.
I really don't want to buy anything right now.
By any chance, does mademoiselle wish to earn some money?
Maybe. How?
The tourists, they like to buy hand-painted reproductions of famous works of art. But as you can see, it is difficult for me to paint them. But for a young woman such as you, it is easy.
You want me to paint the reproductions?
You see, the lines are already there. You look at the original painting, you put paint on your brush, you paint between the lines. Voila! A painting which the tourists will gobble up. and I pay you 15 euros for each one you complete. Do you wish to start now?
Mais oui.
Sure thing.
But of course.
I could use some extra money, you know, fella.
This is how you earn money in this game.
This is how you earn money in this game. Yes, you paint many paintings. Yes.
Instead of, you know, driving a car.
Yeah.
And delivering it to, you know, weird summer camp people and a psychopathic child.
Yes. Well, no, I think this is, you know, it's a good way to earn money. It teaches you how to paint. You know.
Uh-oh. Oh, there you go.
It teaches you the value of money, because it you know, takes time to make art.
Monsieur, how's this?
Magnifique! You have done excellent work, and for that, I reward you.
Oh, merci.
Do you wish to paint another?
No.
Not right now. Maybe later.
Very well. Au revoir, mademoiselle.
Au revoir.
Okay, I want to go back to that lady selling that weird stuff I hated.
Bonjour, mademoiselle.
Oh, wait, no.
What do you wish to buy?
Well,
Wait.
let's see.
Why did I click on you? No.
I really don't want to buy anything right now.
I get new things all the time. You must come back.
I may just do that. Goodbye.
Au revoir.
Okay, I'm trying to
Oh,
leave
wow.
and go here.
You cannot stay away. This is good. What do you like?
I like this.
You said the price of this is what?
The price is 35 euros.
I'll give you 9.
I'd rather buy it for 9 euros.
That wheel is in perfect condition.
Oh, okay.
35 euros is my final price.
Wow, okay.
I'll take it.
Wow.
Voila. What
A
else?
wheel was 35 euros.
Guess I'm just not in a buying mood.
Next time I have what you want.
Sounds good. Au revoir.
Au revoir.
I love this lady.
Bonjour, mademoiselle.
Oh.
If you love the bargains, you have come to the right place. What captures the eyes?
I
Well,
want this.
What's the price of this lava lamp?
That lamp is very special. The trunk which rises and falls inside it, unlike any I have ever seen. Watching it will entertain you for hours. And I am selling it for only 20 euros.
Would you take 15 euros instead?
It is yours. See anything else you like?
This.
These might come in handy, I guess.
A can full of pencils? Very handy. And only 10 euros.
How about 8 euros?
It is yours. See anything else you like?
No.
Actually, I don't see anything else.
Here, new things come and old things go all the time. You must come back.
I might just do that. Au revoir.
Au revoir, mademoiselle.
Heureuse, that is wonderful. Thank you. Goodbye.
Pinwheel.
Yeah. It's a very nice park. Anyways, let's see if any of this will be satisfactory to Miss Minette. Shall we?
Yeah.
No, wait, where do I work?
Minette.
That's a good question.
Is this where I work?
Probably not.
Probably not. Yeah, no, this is where Gigi Ling. This is the lady I'm staying with, JJ Ling.
Come in. Set your things down and come on over here.
This is like
Hi,
my home.
JJ Ling. I'd shake your hand, but I get flour all over you. Oh, and Heather called and told me about your
British.
luggage. No worries. I have plenty of clothes in every size imaginable. Your bedroom's down that hall. The airline lost my luggage once, told me it was gone for good and paid me $100. Then 5 years later, my suitcase shows up on my doorstep. And a bill for the $100 they'd paid me. Plus interest.
Oh my gosh, really?
What? You don't believe me?
Actually, no.
Ooh, you're honest, you're smart. You and I are gonna get along great, Nancy Drew. You were right not to believe me. I made it up. See, to be a good model, you kind of have to be a good actress, too. So sometimes I make things up, you know, just for practice. Just to see if I can get people to believe me.
Doesn't that make people kind of mad?
Some people, yeah. But I don't do it to be mean. And it's not like I'm hurting anybody. I'm just being creative. I've got some people convinced that I won the lottery and am actually a millionaire. It's kind of fun. You like chocolate chip cookies?
I love chocolate chip cookies.
So do I. And the nice thing is, I'm about 3 pounds shy of being the perfect size 12 that I need to be for Minette. I have a very high metabolism. So, I make cookies, I eat cookies, and since you're here, I share cookies.
Ooh, we're gonna get cookies?
We're gonna be friends. We're gonna be friends.
Why does Minette want you to be a size 12?
Oh, this is the new homie, I see.
Contractually, I have to be a size 12.
Yeah, I can have multiple homies.
See, Minette is into curves, so she designs clothes for full-figured, curvy women. Because I signed on to be a fitting model, I have to maintain the ideal size 12
Yeah, I can have
waist and shape.
That's my friend too.
Okay, wow. Sunny's making friends with all the people up in this game.
Okay, Sunny. Okay.
What's a fitting model?
A fitting model puts on samples from a designer's latest line, so the designer can create each piece on a real live person instead of a dress form. It's not very exciting. In fact, it's totally boring. Plus, you're always getting stabbed with pins. But it pays the bills.
Oh.
Does anyone else live here?
Nope, it's just me. And you now. Managed to get a short-term lease. Soon as I'm done being Minette's fitting model, I am out of here.
Heather wants me to pick up an envelope from you.
Oh yeah, it's right over there. Heather needed a bunch of personal information so they can pay me, but I refused to give it out over the phone. I'm real paranoid about that sort of stuff. Don't ask me why, I just am. Go ahead and take it to her.
It's because you're not actually JJ
Can you
Lane.
think of anyone who might be out to get Minette?
Well, Dieter, obviously.
Dieter von Schwesterkrank?
He and Minette went out for about 6 months. Then all of a sudden, last April, Minette dumped him. Just tossed him aside like last month's edition of Vogue.
Do you know why she broke it off?
No idea. Although I suspect it has something to do with the fact that Dieter lets his pet boa constrictor run loose in that photographic studio of his.
He has a pet boa constrictor?
That's what I said. Don't you believe me?
Well, I guess.
Hardly anybody knows about it. I think it may be illegal. If you happen to be in there, be careful.
I'll be back in a bit.
Okay.
Oh, we gotta look out for a snake.
I mean, it's not exactly good, considering the one that people we have to interact with a lot admitted to lying all the time.
Uh-huh. This is all about mint. This is nothing important. No, you don't. It's just about mint.
How do we know that's not important, though? Maybe it's the mint that's driving what I'm saying.
Oh, if you want to read it, you can.
No, I'm kidding.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I'm not stupid.
Okay. Strike.
Why isn't this newspaper in French, though?
Because Gigi's English. So she gets the English version. Oh, we have a phone here too in case we want to call the peeps. Good intentions.
Good intentions. Yeah, now this is the positivity for the positivity strain.
Yeah. A cure for poetry phobia. There's poetry phobia?
Yeah, I'm terrified of it.
Organic, what
like
you
if you rhyme, I freak out all the time.
Okay, this is Zoo. He's French.
Zoo.
He's French.
All right.
But
that's the young Frenchman who calls himself Zoo what his favorite part of Paris is, and he'll say without hesitation, the part you will never see. He is referring to the tunnels and chambers that comprise the city's catacombs, not to the 2 kilometers or so that there are up at the Torres, but the 300 some kilometers, which are supposedly off limits to the public. For Zoo, who spends all his spare time exploring, the catacombs are home. The catacombs were created in 1785 when it became clear that Central Paris was in danger of being contaminated by its overflowing the cemetery. That's not very well written sentence. The remains of their former residents, 5 to 6 million in all, were dug up, carted to the network of depleted limestone quarries that lay beneath the city, and stacked in its empty caverns in huge, artfully arranged, carefully labeled piles. Because of safety concerns, authorities have sealed off the vast majority of these ossuaries. Anyone caught trespassing faces a hefty fine, but for Zoo and his fellow cataphiles, the threat of capture only raises the volume on the catacombs siren song. Can I just interject here? They're broadcasting the fact that he's committing a crime, though.
Yeah, isn't that great?
The broadcasting he's committing a crime is not putting him in danger of being arrested, though. Or at least harassed by the cops.
Probably.
Why do I do it? Mostly because of the quiet,
Zeus says.
The quiet and the dark. The catacombs are pitch black and makes you hyper aware of everything. Down there you are as wide awake as you are ever going to be.
For Zoo, going down there means donning waterproof boots. It has been an extremely wet summer at the catacombs. Coveralls and a headlamp. But when it comes to finding his way, he packs nothing more high-tech than a hand-drawn map.
I don't get lost anymore,
he answered with a twinge of regret.
At first, I'd get lost all the time. I'd wander around for hours, terrified I was never going to find my way out. Talk about wide awake. But when I started making a map and keeping track of everything I saw, and now,
he raises a hand and pats it.
I know those tunnels.
Okay.
I had to improvise for
wait.
Zero,
I didn't mean to close it. Wait.
Like the back of my house.
Zoo claims to be an expert not only on the layout of the catacombs, but on the hundreds of mysterious marks and symbols that have been etched into the tunnel's stone walls and floors. Some are left by ancient quarrymen, some by 19th century surveyors, and a few by criminals on the run. But everything down there, it says, has a meaning. By necessity, Zoo is also an expert on quick escapes. The tunnel police can and often do show up when least expected. Zoo once eluded them by wiggling out of the tunnel through a 10-meter-long rabbit hole that was less than 2/3 of a meter in diameter. Fortunately, he smiles, I don't eat a lot. The fact that he eats at all is due to the fact that he has a job in this.
I'm sorry, this guy's ridiculous. He doesn't eat. Okay.
The fact that he eats at all is due to the fact that he has a job in his other life, although he refuses to elaborate, reasoning that the less people know about him, especially the authorities, the better.
Oh.
However, he willingly gives out his phone number, 0101614560, which he is confident cannot be traced. It was broadcasted to everyone. And encourages anyone who thinks they know something that he doesn't to call him.
I know probably more about the catacombs than anybody else in Paris.
He allows.
But I certainly don't know everything.
Oh my gosh. Okay, what a weirdo. We're just gonna... Goodbye.
Alright, because I gotta know what busted you up more, my interpretation of what he sounds like, or
No, that he just doesn't eat.
Alright.
I don't know. I just thought he's just like, I know the catacombs like the back of my hand. I don't eat. I'm like, what is wrong with this guy?
Maybe the reason he doesn't eat is because he's surrounded by corpses all the time.
Ah, this is your homie.
Yes. No, don't say anything. Let me guess. You lost your passport, so you're looking for the American consulate to get it replaced. Only you wound up here because you asked a Parisian for directions, and you thought you understood what he said, only you didn't. Am I right?
Well, you got the part about being an American right.
But you're not lost? Ugh, I must be losing my touch. Dieter von Schwesterkrank. Please don't tell me you're a would-be model who thinks her career would take off if only I would photograph her.
No, my name's Nancy Drew. Minette sent me here to pick up some fabric photos.
Ach, I regret to say I have not printed them up yet, nor will I have time to do so for quite a while. Had I used my digital cameras, there would be no problem, but unfortunately, the essence of those fabrics was better captured by film.
But I need to deliver them to that fashion editor, Jean-Michel Traquenard, today.
My regrets once again. Do you know how to make prints?
Sure.
Then all is well. There is a binder on the bookshelf that will tell you how to make prints with the paper I use, which is Krollmeister Escachrome PB paper. The darkroom is through the door with the red light by it, and the 4 negatives from which prints need to be made are next to the enlarger. I'm sure you'll do fine.
So we have to do some darkroom stuff.
I have to make this JoJo reference. German engineering is the best in the world.
What's this?
That's just a toy I made when I was a boy. Go ahead and play with it if you want. I still do.
This is kind of cool. I like this. That makes me think of a Rube Goldberg machine very slightly.
Nice camera. Is it digital?
Yes, very high res though. Very limited capacity. Would you like to borrow it?
I'd love to. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Not too bad. Is she? That's his lunch.
Enlarger, negatives, developer, stop bath, fixer. May I take this binder into the dark room with me?
Leave it in here, please. If you take it in there, you might spill something on it.
Okay. So first it's this. Okay, so this would be 7 to 12 seconds. 5 seconds, and then 8 to 15. Okay.
Got a picture of it?
I didn't.
That's what I thought you. That's actually what I thought you.
Okay, let me take a picture. There we go. I wanted to see if there was like anything up here. No. Okay. Here we go.
Just make sure you don't knock over anything in there. Some of those chemicals are extremely volatile.
Don't tell me what to do.
Whoa, look at all those bottles of chemicals. One false move and boom.
Ooh.
You shouldn't make it go boom.
Oh my gosh,
That'd be
it's
fun to
pitch
watch.
black in here. With all those chemicals around, I'm going to have to be real careful.
Maybe I should take a picture of what the room looks like with the light on. Alright. Ooh. I'm gonna pull that picture up so I can look at it. Alright, so this is the red thing. 7 to 12. This is the white 5. And the blue for 8 to 15.
I turn the enlarger on and off here. Looks like the paper is already mounted on the enlarger. That helps. These must be the negatives.
Do I... Oh gosh.
Before I turn this on, I need to figure out which negative I want to enlarge. Oops.
Oh. I thought that's where the light switch would be. I was a little bit off. I want this one. Can I... Do I have to do this in the dark? How am I gonna... Oh. There we go. Okay. This is gonna be a little bit... Alright. And this will be for 7 to 12 seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, this will be for 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then this will be for like 8 to 15. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
There, all done. 1 down, 3 to go. It's a picture of fabric, all right.
I'm gonna save the game.
Yeah, okay. The game.
Gotta save the game. One, 2, 3, 4. Okay, I think this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Uh-oh.
Oh no!
One chemical plus another chemical equals...
Let's try again. I got that one. Okay, let's try it. Let's try this again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Are you coming in there?
2,
It usually only
3,
takes me 7 minutes.
4,
Sometimes
5,
5.
6.
Never more than
7,
9.
8, 9, 10, 11.
There, all done. Finished another
He
one.
did that just to throw off your counting.
Wait, finished another one? That was only the first one! Oh god. It's not gonna make me restart, is it, every time I... Hope not. Wait, did I accidentally print the same one? Oh, I might have accidentally printed the same one. 2, 3, 4, 5. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
There, all done. I'm getting there. Looks like fabric to me.
Save again. Yes, thank you. Alright, now this one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
There, all done. Beautiful. Not very interesting, but beautiful.
Okay, I'm gonna say one more time. Alright, last one. One, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
There, all done. There,
It's all right.
I'll just put them in an envelope and I'll be all set.
Oh, we're done, yay. Whew.
Congratulations.
That was always a little bit stressful to do.
You should do a celebratory explosion.
Ah, you made the prints. Now you get to have the pleasure of delivering them to Monsieur Traconard.
It sounds like you don't like him.
He's a conceited nixnuts who thinks far too highly of himself and far too little of everyone else to do his job fairly.
What kind of dealings have you had with him?
Unhappy. I refuse to bow and scrape when I'm in his presence, and he resents me for it. He's not used to that. You see, most people are so afraid he'll write something bad about them that as far as they're concerned, whatever Jean-Mi wants, Jean-Mi gets, no questions asked.
Why does Jean-Mi need those prints?
Heather said that he wants to use them to illustrate an upcoming story about modern fabrics.
What's your opinion of Minette's assistant, Heather McKay?
Heather's a bright girl. Her crush on me is unfortunate, but I can handle it.
She has a crush on you?
It's obvious to me that she does. Dealing with models the way I do day in and day out, I've gotten pretty good at knowing what women are thinking and feeling.
Does Heather know that you know?
I've said nothing to her because although there is no chance that I will ever reciprocate her feelings, I see no point in hurting her. Let her have her crush. Eventually she will set her heart on someone else and I will be forgotten.
I hear that you used to date Minette.
That is correct.
But you're not dating her now?
No.
Because...
You would have to ask her. She broke up with me by leaving a message on my cell phone, and she hasn't said a word to me since. It was an unforgivable outrage. I don't claim to be a paragon of virtue, but even I didn't deserve that.
You've had no contact at all with Minette since she broke it off?
None. All my dealings with her now are strictly professional, with Heather handling any and all communication between us.
Maybe you should write her a letter.
For your information, I've written her dozens of letters. I've just never sent any of them.
How well do you know J.J. Ling?
As well as I care to. The way she's always pulling out that annoying word game and begging people to play. And did you know that she won a lottery back in the States? That's right, she's actually filthy rich. What kind of person models when she's filthy rich? There's something not quite right about that girl.
Did she lie to him?
Yeah.
Yep.
Is it true that you keep a pet boa constrictor in here?
Don't be ridiculous. I would never keep an exotic pet like that in here. Although I may have lost an exotic pet like that in here once.
Ah, so she wasn't lying. She was telling the truth. At least about that.
You mean there is a snake in here somewhere?
I'm sure it's found its way out by now. They get pretty active when they're hungry, you know, and I haven't seen it for months. But, just in case, watch where you step.
It was fun talking to you.
Auf Wiedersehen.
So did you like meeting your homie, Sonny?
Yes, me and him will have lager later.
What?
Sure.
We will drink lager
Okay.
later.
Oh, that's good. That's good. Okay, Sunny, calm down.
Oui?
Excusez-moi, mais êtes-vous Monsieur Traquenard?
Please, in English. I do not wish to hear my native tongue butchered while I eat. As for my name, not Traquenard. It is Jean-Michel Traquenard.
Jean-Michel Traquenard.
Traquenard! Traquenard!
Traquenard.
Enough! What can I do for you, Mademoiselle?
Drew. Nancy Drew. I've just started working for Minette as an assistant.
Oh? What happened to Ezer?
Ezel?
Ezer Mickey!
The Mickey.
Heather McKay. No, Heather still works for Minette. I'm kind of working for both of them.
Our Lady of the Mask has fired 3 assistants in the past 5 months. I hope you are not next. In fact, that Ezer has managed to avoid the axe for this long is truly remarkable.
Here, I'm supposed to give these photos to you. They came straight from Dieter von Schwesterkrank's Darkroom. I printed them up myself.
You are quite doué as a photo developer. Bravo for you, Nancy Drew. Merci. I was afraid Ezer had forgotten. So, you had the pleasure of meeting Herr von Schwesterkrank, eh?
He seemed very nice.
Dieter is a very enterprising young man, which in most cases is good, but when arrogance enters the picture, pff. So, do you, like Ezer, hope to leave your mark on the world of couture?
Oui, laissez marque on the couture, huh?
I have no desire to design wild and crazy dresses, if that's what you mean.
Then you are an intelligent young lady, Nancy. In the world of couture, a single creation worn by someone famous to a high-profile event, such a dress can be worth a fortune in publicity, which makes it a desperately competitive world. A dog-eat-dog world. A world where bad things can and do happen to good people. You must order something. I insist. La carte, s'il vous plaît.
Oh, but I'm really not hungry.
Mademoiselle.
Thank you. I mean, merci.
Order anything you want. Everything here is superb. And Henri, he is the best waiter in all of France.
Well, in that case...
Alright, Vic.
Yep.
What would you like to order?
Full screen this gun read.
Just pick what your gut and see what you get.
The croquette monsieur.
The very top option. Okay.
Yes.
I would like the croque monsieur.
Oui, mademoiselle.
Let's see what we get.
Merci. Henri, ajoutez-le à mon édition, s'il vous plaît.
Certainement.
Ah, ham and cheese grilled on a baguette.
Hey, that's a bad. Great.
Hey!
Yum.
I like it.
I'm glad I ordered that. It was great.
Excusez-moi, mademoiselle.
So, what else do you wish from me?
Do you have any idea why Minette wears that mask?
I believe she is the victim of botched plastic surgery.
Isn't Minette a little young to be undergoing plastic surgery?
Some women with noses that would put birds of prey to shame are perfectly content with their appearance, while others with acceptable features are convinced they are more hideous than Frankenstein.
Frankenstein.
It can make people do strange things.
Interesting.
If you had to name Minette's worst enemy, who would that be?
Ugo Batelli, without a doubt.
Ugo.
Not only do he and Minette have similar design styles, so that they are constantly competing for the same couture clients, but both of them are unthinking, socially inept egoists. It is a rare week that goes by without one of them insulting the other.
Has it ever gone beyond words?
Not to my knowledge. You ask very curious questions, Mademoiselle Drew. They make me think you know more than you are saying. And as a member of the press, I'm not sure that I like that.
Oh, well, you know. That's just
Oh,
what
just
I...
things he picked up from the
Do you have a
grapevine.
real office somewhere?
When I'm writing my column, I go to my office at Glam Glam. When I'm researching my column, I come here. I have my telephone, which can do everything save sing the Marseillaise, good food, and a chair for whomever stops by.
How can I contact this Hugo Butterly person?
His phone number is right here in my digital assistant. Of course, it's extremely unlikely that you will be able to talk to him in person. Even I occasionally have trouble penetrating the wall of sycophants that surrounds him. So, what else do you wish from me?
I'm staying with JJ Ling, the model. Do you know her?
But of course, I know everyone who is anyone when it comes to fashion. And Gigi, she is a breath of fresh air.
But what about JJ Ling?
You mean Gigi Ling?
No, I mean JJ.
Gigi.
JJ.
En français, you pronounce G like J and J like G. She may very well be JJ in America, but in France, she is Gigi.
How well does she get along with Minette?
From what I hear, very well. Which is surprising when you consider all things. I assume she told you how she was tricked into a current contract with Minette.
Yes, terrible thing being tricked like that.
Of course, it was Gigi's agent who misled her, not Minette. Nevertheless, Gigi seemed very upset when I talked to her. She does not wish to be stuck in Paris for so long. The perils of being a model, eh?
It was a pleasure talking to you.
So
Au revoir,
apparently she got
mademoiselle.
tricked into something.
Or at least that's what she told him.
Dad made me promise not to go anywhere by myself after dark. This'll have to wait until tomorrow.
Oh, yes. We go to bed now. Good night.
Day 2.
Day 2.
Oh, goody, you're back. I'm really bored. Let's play hangman. You know how to play, right?
Hangman? Well, yeah, sure.
Great. Okay, I'll think of a 6-letter word and you try to guess what it is. Ready?
Okay.
Ready.
All right, Sonny, you go first.
P.
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 Nope.
Vic.
I'm gonna go with the letter T.
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 Incorrect.
I'm gonna go with E.
E.
Ooh.
Bingo.
I was just going to say, can I buy a vowel?
Okay, Sonny.
E. What words start with E? Try N.
N.
Wrong.
Okay, Vic.
I'm gonna go with the vowel O.
Oh.
O.
All right.
Darn.
I'm gonna go with F.
F.
Nope.
Ew.
Oof. Not looking good. Sonny.
D.
D.
Afraid
Dude.
not.
Bird was
S.
S.
Ooh.
That's a winner.
Okay. Okay. I'm gonna go with L.
L.
Nope.
Afraid not.
Okay, Sonny.
M.
M.
Nope.
Ooh. I'm gonna go with A.
A.
That's a winner.
Okay.
Can't be too many more vowels.
R.
What, Vic?
R.
R.
You won.
Eraser! Yay!
No thanks.
Anytime
I
you
was,
want to
I
play,
was
just
reading
let
out
me
the
know.
thing. I'm like, wait.
I'll be back in
I
a
think I
bit.
know what it is.
Take care.
You did good. You did good. Alright, let's look at the... Wait, can we talk about anything else?
Forget something.
No.
Guess I'll be running along.
Ciao, Bella.
What's...
Okay.
Is it still the mid-story? Oh no. It's about a wet summer.
Oh, yeah. You know, that one magazine was talking about it.
Oh yeah. Rainwater. Okay. Their basements were flooded too. Ugh.
Sucks to be that guy who goes spelunking in the catacombs.
Yeah, it does. Hey, we got a phone here. Let's call our friends. Oh, we can call
Google. Google.
Wherever Hugo, I go.
Google.
Oh, I think I messed up on a digit there. Okay. 010190443.
Oh.
What? Another question? Look, just send the oldest, moldiest, worst-smelling cheese you have to that address. Now quit calling me and get it done!
Mr. Butterly?
Who is this?
Well, it's obviously not who you think it is. My name's Nancy Drew.
I don't know any Nancy Drew.
I'm kind of a friend of Minette's.
Her, I know.
And you don't like her?
Let's see. Her work is repugnant, pedestrian, completely boring and amateurish at best. How could I possibly like someone who churns out such dreck? Now, if you'll excuse me, whoever you are, I'm going to hang up. Goodbye, then.
No, wait. I just wanna... Rats.
And
Can we call
his
back?
accent does not. His accent does not match his name.
I wonder what he was gonna do with that cheese.
Eat it. I guess.
Hey. You have reached the Paris studio of Hugo Butterly, world-renowned fashion designer. As you might expect, I'm very busy right now creating my spring collection, about which I'm very excited. Regretfully, I'm far too busy to answer the phone, and as we all know, returning calls is such a bore. May I suggest you peruse my website, www.hugobutterly.mod, and use the link provided to contact me via email. In the meantime, my luscious fall line is in the stores, ready to be
Are you gonna see if it's real?
enjoyed. Goodbye, then.
No. I doubt it. I never heard of any website with .mod. Keep calling him, aren't you?
No, I'm not.
Oh, I could have sworn you typed in that.
No, it's the Zippy calling card number.
Hello?
It's me. How was your run?
Jog. It was definitely a jog. And the best part is, it's over. What's going on, Nan?
You cannot believe how high-strung Minette is.
Why do you say that?
Well, the first time I walked into her office, I was almost decapitated by the potted plant she'd just thrown.
She threw a potted plant at you? Before she even knew you? That was rude.
Actually, she was throwing it at Heather, her assistant.
Rude.
Oh, and Bess, according to Minette, when something is cool, she says it's totally rude.
Rude. You know, that's got a ring to it. He is one rude dude. Yeah, I like it. I'm gonna start saying that.
Bruh. I don't think you know what rude
Have you ever
is.
heard of a fashion photographer named Dieter von Schwesterkrank?
No, but I'll bet he's young, German, and cute. Why do you say that? Because I have a sixth sense about these things. Go ahead, Nancy. Describe him in all his luscious Teutonic detail.
Well, he's young, German, and cute.
See? Why do you ask, Nan?
He's pretty sure that Minette's assistant Heather has a crush on him.
Is that good or bad?
Well, it's good for Dieter's ego, I'm sure. But if it's true, it's bad for Heather. He couldn't care less about her.
He'd better be careful, or her crush could turn into something a little less harmless.
I had to deliver
was
some
Heather.
prints to this fashion editor named Jean-Michel Traquenard.
What's he like? Bald, heavy-set, and approaching middle age.
That's right, Bess. How'd you know?
I told you, I have a sixth sense about these things. More likely it has something to do with all those fashion magazines you're constantly reading. I hardly ever read fashion magazines.
Do you ever read Glam Glam?
Ooh, I love Glam Glam.
Well, that's the one he writes for.
See? You probably saw his picture in there once and filed it away in your subconscious. Oh. How come my subconscious never seems to file away anything practical?
Anyway, when it comes to the Paris fashion scene, this Traquenard guy pretty much knows everything and everyone.
So he's pretty helpful?
Mostly he's pretty arrogant.
Well, anybody who does business out of a cafe can't be all bad. He does business out of a cafe? Yeah, Nancy just said that, didn't you?
No.
Your subconscious strikes again. Dang, am I good or what?
Someone has been sending Minette threatening letters.
You mean someone's been threatening her life?
Well, not in so many words. I've only seen one of the letters she's gotten, and it was just kind of vaguely threatening. The end is near, that sort of thing.
Do you think the threats are what's causing Minette to act so bizarrely? Or is her bizarre behavior the reason why she's been getting threats?
Good questions, and there's only one way to answer them.
Find out who sent those letters. Just be careful, Nancy, or you might start getting threatening letters.
You should see how cool, calm, and collected Minette's assistant Heather is, even when Minette is totally wigging out.
I don't get it. I mean, how could anyone work for a woman who goes around wearing a mask all the time?
Apparently, Minette has fired 3 other assistants in the past 5 months alone.
Sounds like Heather is quite the survivor. Or maybe she's the reason the others didn't survive. Ooh, good point. Don't turn your back on her, Nan. She may end up sticking a knife in it.
I called Minette's rival, Hugo Butterly.
And?
Well, he's definitely capable of sending Minette those threats.
But he makes such beautiful clothes.
Believe me, he's got a mean streak in him a mile wide.
Great. I finally find a designer whose clothes look terrific on me, but by the time I get a job and make enough money to be able to afford them, he'll be in prison designing license plates instead of capris.
I'd better go.
Call us anytime, preferably soon.
Okay, and let's call the boys. Huh?
What? I went and picked up.
Oh, no, that
That
was going through the calling card.
Hello?
Hey, Joe.
Hey, Nancy, what's going on?
I finally met Minette.
So what's she like?
Very temperamental. It's like working around dynamite. One false move and she goes off. And I mean she goes off.
Is she talented?
I guess so. She's in the process of designing a dress for the First Lady.
Of the United States? That's pretty cool. Unless something goes wrong and Minette loses it. If that happens, it could turn into an international incident.
I didn't tell you who my roommate is, did I?
Is it somebody we know?
Jing Jing Ling.
Jing Jing Ling? The model? You're rooming with JJ Ling, the famous Australian model?
Yep.
You're not talking about me, are you?
Oh my gosh, that was her? That was JJ Ling? Joe, just calm down. I'm calm. I'm very calm. I am completely calm. The heck you are. Now sit down. You're hyperventilating.
Parts of Paris are real quaint. Like you can buy stuff from these vendors in the park, but if you want to get a good deal, you have to haggle with them.
Sounds like fun. Sounds like a pain. Oh, Frank, where's your spirit of free enterprise? What kind of stuff do they have, Nancy?
Everything imaginable. It's like a garage sale, only in a park.
I love garage sales. I hate garage sales.
Plus, their inventory is always changing, so people keep going back to them just to see what new stuff they have.
I wish haggling was common in this country. There's nothing better than feeling like you've gotten yourself a really good deal on something. And when somebody rips you off? Nobody rips me off, Frank. Okay, except for that bogus concert ticket I bought from Gerald, the budding juvenile delinquent Higginbotham in junior high school. But I was young then, very young.
Au revoir.
Don't be a stranger. Take care.
Okay. Well, we need to go visit Minette and see if the items we bought yesterday were good. So we're gonna go to work.
Get the phone, please.
No.
Bonjour, Minette's House of Design.
Oh, yes. Yes, 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 yes. I love... Okay, this is Prudence Rutherford.
It sounds like more like the French chef, Julia Child.
Well, this is Prudence Rutherford, and I think you guys might recognize her. I believe she was in the Beach Hill Museum game. Her pendant was stolen after her husband died. I think yeah, I think we got to talk to her on the phone then too, but this was one of my favorite phone calls in any Nancy Drew game. Just interacting with this character.
This is Nancy Drew.
Nancy Drew. Oh my, that name is familiar. But for the life of me, I cannot remember why. Nancy Drew. This is going to drive me mad.
May I ask who this is?
Prudence Rutherford.
Prudence Rutherford?
Oh, shoot.
I know you. I talked to you when I was working at the Beach Hill Museum in Washington, D.C. I'm Nancy Drew, remember? You sent me a copy of your fire ruby necklace. You know, the one that had been stolen.
Oh, good heavens, yes, of course, Nancy Drew. Why, as I understand it, it was largely because of your investigatory prowess that my real necklace was recovered soon thereafter. What on earth is a nascent detective like you doing answering the telephone for Minette? Get down from there. Excuse me, dear.
Nancy, tell her the designs are done and will be shipped to her by the end of the week. Then go to the work table and finish them.
You want me to finish them?
The instructions are all right there. Piece of cake.
Why my husband insists on sitting here and my husband talks, but here's the run of the whole villa is beyond me. Oh dear. Thanks to that scallywag, I've quite forgotten what we were talking about.
Oh, I think she remarried.
I forget too. But the important thing is, I'm going to ship you some designs very shortly.
Oh, goody goody gumdrops.
You should have them by the end of the week.
Wonderful. I'm sure they're going to knock my socks off and blow me away, as you young people like to say. Lucille, get the deodorizer, please. Philip's been in here again, I'm afraid. Goodbye, dear. Or shall I say, à tout à l'heure.
That was beautiful. That was beautiful. I'm gonna save the game because we've made quite a bit of progress and we're past that photo room thing. Oh, that was beautiful. Okay. Alright, we gotta get some designs ready for Mrs. Prudence Rutherford.
Are the designs I'm supposed to finish for Prudence Rutherford under here?
You got it.
Sonny, I've selected the clothing and accessories for Prudence Rutherford, but forgot about her rules for each season's outfits. Please read through them and assemble the correct outfit. Start with summer, and then move on to cruise, and then fall season. The outfit should include something for the head, face, bottom, top, feet, and an accessory to hold. Also, Prudence firmly believes that patterns or prints not be considered as colors for her rules. When you've correctly assembled an outfit, Heather will tell you right away. If she ignores you, you didn't make it right. Minette.
I'm not gonna do it just because you asked me to.
Okay. I want to describe some of the more interesting items I designed for your personal collection. I realize that you have a very strict rules on your styles, but also want to give you a wide assortment of clothing and accessories, which I feel will complement your personality. Okay, we get a pineapple purse.
That's not good.
Okay, I saw a collaboration of these faux leather pants. Primary colors, red, blue, green. The majority of your ensemble. The green galoshes are perfect. Okay. Top hat. It's so Prue. Oh, instead of rude, it's Prue for Prudence. Himalayan yak hair. Ugh.
Yak.
Punk rock era has
Yeah.
a chance to return. Full leather footwear, handcrafted from Shadow Ranch.
Ha! Ha ha ha.
Popular schoolgirl look. Furry covering. Wow, from her pet who sheds like crazy. Okay.
What?
Oh, that's her pet's hair.
That's not weird.
Okay. Feather hat. A boa. Floral print. 100% classy. Go disco.
First thing I need to do is flip up this plastic sheet.
Okay, let's see what we got. Alright. Summer is my least favorite season, but one must look smashing at all times in these dog days. I can be sporty, tranquil, domestic, capricious, and professional, so please consider the following for my up design. I need dramatic. Okay, 3 pieces of clothing must be the same color. No purses. Okay, no purses first. Look, nothing white, blonde, or yellow. Give me color and radiance. I want my feet to be furry. I've maintained my youthful look all these years and need some sort of sun protection for my body. No patterns and no leather. Rain gear would be completely inappropriate. To reflect, I need green on my legs and head. Okay. Green on legs and head.
Does she not want any purses?
No, she does not want any purses. She wants nothing blonde. Bold. I'm not sure. Green, though. 3 pieces of clothing must be the same color. Nothing white, blonde, or yellow. Okay, so white would not work. Okay, so needs furry pink feet. Nothing white, blonde, or yellow. Oh, this is kind of yellow. Nothing white, blonde, or yellow. No.
Excellent.
Oh, there we go. Okay. My crew's wear must speak to my aura and challenge the boring and pretentious mindsets one often encounters in these arbitrary but necessary meeting of my peers. No skirts. I want to show as much skin as possible. Must not include any clothing or accessories for my summer outfit. No jeans. My head and face must be consistently themed. No primary colors or yellow. They don't reflect well in the sea. Tropical. You need something that's tropical. Okay, I think the pineapple is very tropical. You want as much skin showing as possible. Okay. No jeans, no primary colors. So, maybe like that. No, she wants no yellow. Show as much. No jeans, my head. Face must be.
Excellent.
For my fall ensemble, I want something dashing but a bit reserved. Something funky but not upstaging. To it please consider and do not deviate from my wishes. Okay, if the outfit contains something black, it must also contain something with white. The clothing I wear as a top cannot be a single color. No red for fall. There's plenty of beautiful red in the trees. A boa would be completely inappropriate. What can be rainy in Kansas? I insist that I only have 1 piece of rain gear in this ensemble. Nothing sporty. No dark sunglasses and nothing with braids. No clothing or accessories that would make me think of animals or plants. Black or white is okay, but should not appear above the neckline. It's chilly in Topeka, so please no short sleeves. Okay. red. No, doesn't want above the neck. Right, male contains something black, must also contain something white. Can we see that? No red. Okay, so absolutely no red. No boa, white. Well, it can be rainy alley. A piece of rain gear.
Well, that's that. All 3 outfits are ready for you to send to Prudence.
Excellent.
Alright, all done.
Alright.
Let's go over our checklist of things we've gotten done.
Been there, done that. Oops, haven't done that. Check. That's finished. Still need... That's finished. Check. Check. Been there, done that.
Okay, we need to give Heather the
What's up?
photos. Or the info, I'm sorry.
Do you
from
work for
JJ.
Minette because you want to be a fashion designer too?
Well, I studied at Rhode Island School of Design and Central St. Martin's in London, so I kind of like to think that I already am a fashion designer. I work for Minette mostly so I can develop some contacts and get a feel for the business end of things.
When do you think you'll be ready to go off on your own?
I don't know.
Heather, my pencil's missing. It was right here and now it's gone. You walked off with it again.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did.
No, I didn't.
I'm telling you, it's not here.
Did you check behind your ear?
Oh.
When Minette fires me, that's when I'll go off on my own. And as you just heard, that could be any day now.
Here's that envelope I picked up from JJ. I almost forgot.
No problem.
I'll let you get back to work.
Okay.
Alright, let's visit Miss Wonderful.
If you need to talk to Minette, good luck. She's playing that ridiculous online game she's obsessed with and refuses to do anything else until she gets the highest score. It is so aggravating.
Minette! Minette! Hello, Minette! Shh!
Okay. Really? You want to do this? Okay. We'll do this.
Do you happen to know what Minette's login is?
I'm afraid I have no idea.
Right.
Alright, I'm in her account. Oh look, it's Brady Armstrong's face. Alright, time to play model match. I gotta get her at high score. Oh, okay. Oh my gosh, so many pieces. How do I... Oh, I have to move them. Oh, no. Okay. There we go. This isn't my best game. This is ridiculous.
Music's monotonous.
I have to do this again.
You exceed the high school.
No, I didn't. Oh, I did.
You did already.
All right.
Did it?
I got the highest score. Or should I say Carol did.
Oh my gosh, I did it. Heather, I won. I got the highest score.
How can you be
Thank
convinced?
you. We've got work to do, and I am on a roll.
How
You're
can you
a
be
genius.
convinced?
Now get in there before she decides she has to beat that score.
Well, she sits
How
around and
can
plays
she be
that.
convinced of that?
Ah, you have some stuff for me. Let's see it. The lava lamp is perfect, but the rest of this is garbage. I don't care what you do with it so long as you
Bruh.
get me more stuff. Good stuff, stuff I can use. Now go.
Okay.
Oof.
Sure.
So we got a stool, a bucket, some kind of lid, and a barrel.
Great.
An oil
I
barrel.
guess I have to go make money and buy more garbage.
Really?
I could bloop you for that, Sonny.
You cannot
Don't you
stay
say la
away.
me.
This is good.
Huh?
What do you like?
Do you think this would count?
Oh.
I'll try.
How much are you selling the green rings for?
They are green magic rings.
I'll come back to it.
Cost
I'll come back to
15
it.
euros.
Yeah, I think I'll pass.
What else do you like?
Nothing.
Guess I'm just not in a buying mood.
Next time I have what you want.
Sounds good. Au revoir.
Au revoir.
How much money do I have? 148 euros.
Bonjour, mademoiselle. What do you wish to buy?
I would like,
Well, let's see.
this.
What's in here? A movie?
Oui, it contains an American short film. I'm not sure if it is about a beloved beast of burden in Tibet or about someone who talks a lot, but it has won many awards. And the fact that it is in a nice blue canister makes it well worth 84 euro.
That's a lot of money. How about 63 euros?
Vendu. What else tickles the fancy?
This miniature red wagon is kind of cute.
A little dirt, a colorful plant, and voila, you have a very interesting mobile planter. It is yours for 8 euro.
I'll give you 6 euros for it.
Vendu. What else tickles the fancy?
What about this?
You're selling a manhole cover?
It is a genuine Parisian manhole cover, one which will make a fine souvenir for someone back home. And it is
Whoa.
only 45 euro.
What would you say to 23 euros?
Vendu. What else tickles the fancy?
Nothing. I'm getting broke.
I really don't want to buy anything right now.
Maybe you will want something next time.
Maybe. Au revoir.
Au
I would
revoir.
actually like to make a couple paintings.
Bonjour, mademoiselle.
Au
What do
revoir.
you wish to buy?
Could I paint some more?
Be my guest.
Okay, this one's the fastest to do. The flower one is a nightmare, and you don't get paid anything more. I don't believe you don't get. Yeah. So I'll just paint a couple of these. So Sunny,
Yo.
are you enjoying you meeting your homie Vito Don von Schwesterkronk?
Oh yes. We had much fun. We went and painted Paris red.
Did you? Okay. Vic, what have you been doing in Paris?
Enjoying the culture.
Ah.
Monsieur, how's this?
Another fine job. Here is your money.
Torres. Vic.
Do you wish to paint another?
Mais oui.
But of course.
Yes, I love painting counterfeit art and selling it for money.
When in Rome, do as the Romans do. But you're in Paris, so I don't know what that means.
There was this I Love Lucy episode where she goes to Paris and there is a painter on the street and she falls in love with whatever he's painting and insists on buying it, and he kind of plays he plays hard to get with it, like, oh well, I don't sell these paintings, you know, They're from my heart. And she's like, oh, please, I want to buy a genuine French painting to take home. And so he haggles with her, makes her think she gets a good deal. She leaves. He opens up a little briefcase where he has an exact same replica of that painting. And he makes it look like he's painting
Monsieur,
it again.
how's this?
Another fine job. Here is your money. Do you wish to paint another?
Not right now. Maybe later.
Later, yes. Now you buy something.
Yep, right.
I really don't want to buy anything right now.
Maybe you will want something next time.
Maybe. Au revoir.
Au revoir.
Let me go see her again.
Bonjour, mademoiselle.
Sure.
What captures the eyes this time?
Maybe the traffic
let's
cone?
see. Does this cost very much?
The traffic cone is one of my favorites. So colorful and so useful. With it, I myself learned to park my car parallel. And I ask only 10 euro for it.
I'll give you 5 euros for it.
It is yours. See anything else you like?
I think
Actually, I don't
that
see
should be
anything
good
else.
enough for
Come
Minette.
back soon. Perhaps I will have new things.
Okay. Au revoir.
Au revoir,
I tried to
mademoiselle.
just, I don't know, I tried to match what I thought was there with colors and shapes, so we'll see.
More stuff. How delightfully rude. Show me. The film canister is totally rude, and I love the miniature traffic cone. But the rest of this is garbage. I need
Really?
more. Get me more stuff.
What on earth, Minette?
I need something green for the bucket.
Really? You think I need something green for the bucket? Okay. Oh, maybe it's those little rings I saw.
Little ring.
The little rings.
Little ring. Oh. Anyways, what is he?
Yeah, because those were green.
Yeah.
I think that should be it.
Bonjour, mademoiselle. The tourist return.
Oh, I can sell some stuff.
I'd like to sell the stuff I have in this bag. Would you be interested?
If the stuff is good, perhaps. You let me see?
Sure.
For this, I give you 40 euros.
Deal.
Deal.
Good. I buy from you, now you buy from me. What do you like?
I didn't even know I could sell that stuff.
What is the cost of these rings?
They are
This is gonna
green
pile up
magic rings. They cost 15 euros.
How about 11?
How about 11 euros?
Voila. What else do you like?
That's it.
Guess I'm just not in a buying mood.
Next time I have what you want.
Sounds good. Au revoir.
Au revoir.
Okay, so I think... I mean, that was green. That should be... I don't think there was anything else that was green I remember seeing, so... Let's try again. Okay. Come on, Minette. Please like the green rings.
More stuff. How delightfully rude. Show me. These rings are heavenly.
Got it.
How absolutely positively rude. The lava lamp, the rings, the canister, the cone. They're perfect. I adore them all. Now go away. I have work to do.
Okay. That's it?
I said I have work to do.
Alright. Well, at least we
Check.
got
Been there,
that
done
stuff
that.
done, so...
Check. Check.
Heather, where is JJ?
I told you, she's not answering her phone.
Heather, I don't want excuses. I want JJ now.
Nancy? It seems that Minette has finally thought up all the designs she needs for her spring collection. But instead of putting them down on paper, like a normal designer, she insists on creating them on a live model. Hence her sudden, desperate need for JJ.
Say no more. I'll go get her.
Heather, I don't want excuses. I want JJ now.
Go like the wind.
Alright, we gotta go get JJ. Okay, let's see. I think she lived here. Oh no, I think that's where Dieter Lunchwester lives, actually. Oh well.
Tell.
Yeah, I think this is your homie. Yeah, this is your homie.
Homes.
Oh no, this is me.
Oh no, this is your place.
This is my place. Okay, I got it right. Yay.
Hey, Rumi, how's it going?
Minette needs you at her studio. In fact, she's been screaming for you, literally.
Too bad. I'm not going anywhere until these mint chocolate chip cookies are finished.
You have to. Minette is freaking out.
Too bad. Silly me, I just said that, didn't I?
Look, go to the studio. I'll finish those for you, okay? I'll do a great job, I promise.
Well, I'll head over there. But I'm gonna call you before I set one foot inside Minette's studio. And if those aren't done, or if you try to lie...
I never lie. Ask anyone.
Well, all right. Everything you need is right here. Recipe, baking sheet, mixing bowl, measuring cups and spoons, ingredients, and if you mess up and want to start over, just turn around and dump it down the sink. One problem though, the recipe calls for fresh mint, only I had to toss the sprig I had because it was moldy. So you're going to have to go out and find some more, which could be hard because there's some kind of mint shortage thing going on. Oh, and I'm also out of brown sugar. I think there's a way to substitute for it using molasses somehow, but that's your problem now. Remember, I'm going to call you when I get to Minette's. If those cookies aren't done, I'm going to go shopping instead, and Minette's going to go bonkers. Ta-ta!
Okay.
Bruh.
What are books doing in here? What in the world is
Electrical
JJ doing with
insane
books on electrical
processing?
engineering?
Weird.
Interesting.
Well, here's some molasses.
Maybe she's saving up money to be an engineer or something?
Maybe. We need to go out and get some mint.
Maybe you could substitute with an experiment?
See, who has the mint? Is it
Bonjour.
you? Yep.
I have many new things, you see?
Wow, you sure do.
You are sure to find something you like.
Is this mint?
Oui, that is mint. The growers of mint because of them all over Paris, all over France. No mint except for here. I have very good mint, not moldy. I sell to you for 50 euros.
For one sprig of mint? 25 euros tops.
No one has mint but me.
Oh.
You want mint, you must pay 50 euros.
I'll take it.
Voila. What else do you like?
I'm broke, I gotta go, bye.
Guess I'm just not in a buying mood.
When you want to look again, just come back.
I will. Au revoir.
Au revoir.
There are new things though.
Bonjour, mademoiselle.
Okay.
As you can see, you have many new things to choose from. What intrigues you?
Ooh, there's a book.
Well, let's see.
What's this?
What's this book about?
That is a very good book about codes which are commonly used. It is a mere 15 euro.
How about 11 euro?
Make that 11 euros and we have a deal.
Vendu. What else tickles your fancy?
Sure seems like this guy's more flexible than the other one.
Yeah.
What is this thing?
I have been told that it is probably a decoder used by those who resisted the German occupation of World War II.
Really? How much do you want for it?
Nothing. It is not for sale. It is a piece of history. I have it only as an eye catcher.
But you're a businessman. You must be willing to part with it for something.
I will trade you one piece of history for another. You give me a bottle of Moulin Fouetté 1968, and I give you the decoder.
Deal. What's Mouton Fouetté?
Moulin Fouetté 1968 is a very rare beverage that is usually stored underground. Unfortunately, finding an intact bottle has become next to impossible. But if you want the decoder, the impossible is what you must do. So, get me a bottle of Moulin Fouetté 1968. I will accept nothing less. In the meantime, what else tickles the fancy?
So it's
I
wine.
really don't want to buy anything right now.
Very well.
Based on
Au
sounds like
revoir,
maybe more
mademoiselle.
shit in the bottle.
Au revoir.
I wonder, what does this lady have?
Bonjour, mademoiselle. You were wise to
Garbage.
return. I have many new things. You see?
Yes, you
Yeah, wow, I love this
Oh.
baby doll head.
do. What do you want for this doll's
Yeah.
head?
That is the head of a doll that used to belong to the best friend, of the daughter, of the stepmother, of the sister, of the uncle, of the last president of France. But because the body is missing, I will let it go for 6 euro.
No, thanks.
What else appeals to you?
I just had to hear her.
Actually, I'm not interested in buying anything right now.
Then you will just
I
have
just
to
had to
come
know
back.
how she was
I
gonna
might
try to
just do
sell
that.
me a
Bye.
baby
Au revoir.
doll head. We're gonna go cook now.
It belonged to some acquaintance that was loosely tied to the president of France.
Mm-hmm.
First thing I should do is get out that mint and chop it up. I'll just chop up this mint.
Alright, we got some mint there. And, oh yes, the molasses.
There, I'm ready to start cooking.
Okay. Let's see what we got here. Alright, I need 3 cubes of patel. Okay. 1 cup of white sugar. Okay, substitute for molasses is 1/2 cup sugar and a teaspoon of molasses, and that is brown sugar. I made 3 eggs. Teaspoon of vanilla. 2 1/4 cup of flour, so half teaspoon of baking soda. Believe it's, yeah, that's baking soda. And 4
Wait a
teaspoons.
minute.
What?
We're in France. We're in France, so shouldn't we be doing metric?
Sorry. Put that 1 cup of there we go.
Must be the mint that makes their edges turn up like that. I'll just cool the cookies off on this rack and I'll be all done.
They look more like crisps.
Hello?
Well, are they done?
They sure are.
Describe them.
Describe them?
Describe them. I've made them before, so I'll know you're lying if you fail to mention the one thing that makes them different from other
She
cookies.
cares if we lie and know she's the
Their
liar.
edges curl upwards?
Bingo! Nice going. Because of you, Minette is about to become a very happy camper.
Do you know, so she's like, oh
Alright.
no, they're lying. It's like, well,
Right.
you lie all the time. Alright, well, we made Minette
Awesome,
happy, and we
buddy.
made some delicious cookies. Too bad we can't actually go and grab one.
She won't know.
No, the
She
game
won't.
physically won't let us grab one.
She won't know.
Well, let's go visit Minette and see how it's going up there.
Get the phone, please.
Minette's House of Design.
I need to speak to Minette.
I'm sorry, but she's unavailable.
Just get her on the phone.
I'll see what I can do.
Are we almost done? No.
Minette, you have a phone call.
I do not want to be disturbed. Now go away.
But he's very insistent.
Go away or you're fired. Ouch! Oh, quit whining. It's just a pin.
Okay.
I see someone got poked.
Yeah, that's just not gonna work, Mr. Oops, wrong desk. Oh, but that means I can probably go look at her desk.
I'm sorry, she's busy. May I take a message? Hello? Hello? Guess he hung up.
Well, guess you can't win them all.
Can't win them all.
Can't win them all. I can do some things, though. What if I can open up this stupid dodo box? I could just figure out how.
But you're gonna let out all the wicked energy.
I know. Actually, I don't know where this one goes.
That's what you want, isn't it?
Yeah. How did you know?
Yeah, that's what I want too.
Nope. Okay, there's that one.
Oh. It's like that one game.
Yeah, do you remember?
Yeah.
Ooh. Why do those look like a bunch of angry men?
They do look like angry men.
Okay, now I can look at all the letters. Okay, Minette. It is not over. Nothing ends until I say it does. Next time I will do much more than throw paint. Oh, that was the paint we saw that was thrown on those 3 discs in her office. Minette.
The letters on this one look different than the letters on the others.
You are as mean as you are thoughtless, and it has to stop. Your punishment will come when you least expect it. It's true, it does look a little different. It is not over. Nothing ends until I say it does. Next time I'll do... What? I thought that... Does that look just like this one? Oh, no. Your show will be a disaster. You will never be able to show your face in Paris again. You alone are to blame. And then this is the one we got earlier. Yeah. Interesting. Let's see, what else can we do? We can also snoop around at Heather's desk because she's not here.
Cool.
Oh, this is what Heather designs. Very nice. Is there anything else up there that I can look at? Is it just that? Really?
Apparently, that's it.
Huh. Bummer. Well, gee, I don't know what to do
How
now.
a bummer, dude.
Oh,
Been
I can
check.
check my desk.
Been there,
for,
done that. That's finished.
Okay, I'll check my desk, see if I have any new assignments. Oh. Nancy, please go to Square and buy
Stuffed
stuffed
parrot?
parrot? Okay. We gotta go
Stuffed
shopping
parrot.
again. I've only got 49 euros. I hope this will be enough. Okay, who's got the parrot? Is it you?
Bonjour, mademoiselle.
Nope.
Welcome back. What do you like?
Guess I'm just not in a buying mood.
When you want to look again, just come back.
I will. Au revoir.
Au revoir.
Let me guess. Is it you, sir?
That looks like Dieter.
Oh.
Wonder what he's doing. Hey, Dieter! Hi! No, wait! Dieter! Dieter! What did he run away for?
Okay.
That's weird. Looks like he
Well,
left
it's
something
definitely
on the bench. These must have fallen out of his pocket. Noisette Tornade. That's the woman who that historian was calling about. Why would Dieter be carrying this around?
Do you want to read this, Sonny?
Sure. Noisette Tornade, 55, who served as Paris Director of Public Works for more than 2 decades, died peacefully in her sleep last Monday evening. A gifted linguist, she spoke fluent English, French, German, and Italian by the time she was 16. During World War II, she worked for the occupation as a translator, and consequently was charged with collaboration when the war ended in 1945. During her trial, it was revealed that she had secretly been working as a coder for the French Resistance as well. She was acquainted and worked as a translator for the city of Paris until she became the Director of Public Works in 1973. During her tenure, which lasted until 1995, hey, that's my birthday year, Miss Tornade paid particular attention to the maintenance and beautification of the city's public parks. She personally oversaw the creation and placement of the monuments to Saint-Today and Square de Vaugirard Park, her lamented favorite. Miss Tornade never married and left no survivors.
Okay. Interesting.
Bonjour.
Oh.
What intrigues Mademoiselle this time?
Oh,
Well, let's see. Is this parrot very expensive?
The price is very reasonable. 20 euro.
I'm willing to pay 15 euros for it.
Vendu. What else tickles the fancy?
Nothing.
I really don't want to buy anything right now.
Very well. Au revoir, mademoiselle.
he just has a
Au revoir.
screen.
Well, we have the parrot, so let's go back. Well, actually, maybe we could go talk to Dieter and ask what that was about. Oh, this isn't where Dieter is. Oh well, let's go say hi to
Mademoiselle
Baldy.
Drew, what is it now?
Do you think I could order something?
Order anything you like. But know that this time, you will pay for it.
No problem.
Le carte, s'il vous plaît.
Okay, Sonny, you get to pick what we're gonna eat this time.
He's gone the BRB, so.
Oh. Well, then we'll come back.
I changed my mind. Nothing
I was
for me,
just gonna
thank
give
you.
him a turn, but
So, what else do you wish
if you
from
had to
me?
step away, then
Thank you for talking to me.
we don't need to
Au revoir,
eat.
mademoiselle.
Do we, then?
No.
We don't need to eat
What?
anything. Nothing.
You missed your chance to eat.
Nothing.
What are you talking about? I was here the whole time.
But you said he was gone. Wait, Vic.
I was not gone.
I just read the message
I said.
on the group DM.
Oh.
Dude, I sent that a
Sounds like
long
someone's
while
in the
ago.
dark room.
Oh.
I sent that like 15 minutes ago.
Oh well.
Mr. von Schwesterkrank? Are you in
Go
there?
back in a minute. You did your food.
Nancy Drew. I just wanted to ask you some questions.
I'm very busy. You'll have to come back.
I just wondered what you were doing in Square du Galant Park.
I was just taking a walk.
You dropped an obituary about Noisette Tornade. Shall I leave it for you?
There's no need. I don't want it.
Why were you carrying it around?
Because I was going to send it to my grandmother. I thought she knew the woman.
Dust.
You also dropped some kind of trinket. Looks like a miniature clock.
That's something my great-uncle Hans gave me. It's actually a key. It opens a panel over there to the right of the bookshelf. He lived here during the war. The place has been in the family ever since.
What's behind the panel?
Go ahead and see for yourself. Just be prepared to go a little cuckoo.
Okay.
And here we go. Here we go.
What's up with this?
It's a bunch of clocks. So his grandfather was German?
I guess.
I mean, he is German.
Hans is a German name, so yeah.
Yeah, so is Dieter.
Wait, I was trying to play. Did I run out of time?
There we go.
Mr. von Schwesterkrank? Believe it or not, that key your uncle gave you opened up some kind of passageway. Is it okay if I see where it goes?
A passage? He never said anything about a passage, eh? Go ahead and explore it all you want. Just be careful. This building is very old.
Whoa, that's a biggie.
Ooh.
I wonder what that symbol means. The year when our despair ended. The year when my despair began.
1945?
Let me see. Ooh.
La la.
Looks like some kind of code.
Oh, it's to that lady.
Should I say this in like with the German accent, since it's probably from Hans's uncle?
Sure.
Grandfather. Don't know it. Like, thank you. Oh wait, actually no, this is probably French. Never mind. There knows it. We thank you for your bravery and dedication for working with the resistance. Please know that this work is extremely dangerous, and under no circumstance should you ever reveal your information or contacts that you have ever learned about. We will provide further instruction on the M380 machine, a wonderful contraption we like to call our dear old friend. I'm sure 380 will soon become your cher ami, the more you will use it. Essentially, 380 allows for the encoding and decoding of messages. Here are some tips. You must set the 3 dials in the correct position before decoding or encoding a message. Then, just type the message. If you ever enter an incorrect key during the decoding, the machine may reset. Also, be sure the dials are set correctly. If not, the message will be encoded or decoded incorrectly, or the machine may reset. Never use the enter or return key. That will reset the whole machine. If a message is broken up, just ignore those line breaks. Ignore any punctuation or spaces in an encoded message. A circle with a slash through it is a 0. Rachel and I will soon be in Paris and hope to meet you. I am quite intrigued by your metro system of transportation and have been thinking about how to use the numbered lines and names of metro stops for a code. And thank you for your advice on using date shift ciphers. I never thought about using other numbers besides just dates. I could use a number of a house address, like 1216 Sunnyside Drive. I have a feeling this guy's actually American. The population of our town, the ID number of a favorite friend, etc. It's a girl.
Try.
Yep.
It's a Dewey Decimal Number of my favorite book. 109 RUS to decode the following message.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Bye.
Bye, Rose. Yeah. Those years of smoking sure did get to you, didn't they?
Sorry, I'm busy.
Okay. Bye bye. Goodness gracious.
It's too late to go anywhere now.
That's you.
Apparently it's too late, Sonny. So we have to go to bed now.
Every time that comes up day 3, I can't help but think of the Law and Order music. Dun dun.
Well, the first order of business is say, oh, is she still not home?
Can we take any of those cookies yet?
Wow, she left the cookies there and she never came back from Minette's.
Oh, she made such a fuss about it.
4 more officers have been added to the police unit charged with keeping people out of the tunnels. Talk about the catacombs again.
Mm.
No idea how dangerous the catacombs are. Please focus. She now train. They signed officers. Please locate. Please left most entrances. Okay. Well, you know, we have to do our little morning routine. Call Bess, George, Joe, and Frank. Those are our... Oh, we can call Zoo. Oh, we can call Zoo. That dude that never eats.
What reason do you even need to call him?
I don't know.
Hello, Jing Jingling? Is it truly you?
No, this isn't Jing Jing. I'm just calling from her phone.
From her phone? So you know Jing Jing? Are you her friend?
Well, yeah, I guess.
You are the most lucky person in the monde. I am a big fan of Jing Jing. I call her house and leave massage. I call Minette because I know she works there, but she will not talk to me. She is too... what is the word? Paranormal?
You mean paranoid?
Yes, paranoid. So, if you are not Jing Jing, why do you call me?
This is Zoo, right?
Yes, I am Zoo.
Well, Zoo, my name is Nancy Drew, and I saw a symbol on the wall when I was in an underground passage not too long ago. It looked like 2 leaves with 2 nut-type things attached to them, and I just wondered if you could tell me what it meant or why it was there.
Yes, of course I can. But first, you must have Jing write something for me.
Write something for you?
You must have her write something that I can keep. Have her write, Zoo, my love, Jing. Then, take the metro to the Denver Rochereau station, enter the catacombs, find the bones from the Magdalene Cemetery, and put the autograph in the skull below the plaque.
Have her write Zoo, my love, Jing, go to the catacombs, find the Magdalene Cemetery bones, and leave the autograph in a skull.
Yes, exactly that. Don't worry about desecrating the person whose bones they may be. The skull, it is a fake. My friend and I put it there. And so, after you deliver it, you call me and I tell you all about the symbol you saw.
But what if Jing Jing refuses?
Then, Nancy Drew, it seems we will both be very disappointed.
Okay.
All right.
Well, I'm just gonna call my best friends. Okay.
Hello?
Me again.
We're both on, Nan. What's up?
I told you guys before I left that I'd be rooming with Jing Jing Ling, right?
You mean you really are?
Yes.
We thought you were kidding. What's she like?
Well, she likes to lie to people.
She likes to lie?
She says the acting practice that lying gives her helps her be a better model.
Be a better model, maybe. But a better person? I don't think so.
I took this very strange phone call from Minette. At least I tried to.
What was so strange about it?
The guy wouldn't give me his name, and he sounded very hostile. And he had a German accent.
Did he threaten her?
Not really, but his tone of voice, he just sounded like he was up to something nasty.
A German accent, an unpleasant attitude, and bad phone manners. Didn't you used to date somebody like that, Bess? Except for the German accent, they've pretty much all been like that.
That's it for now.
Keep us posted. Talk to you soon.
Oh, poor Bess. Okay, let's call Frank and Joan, see how they're doing.
Phone service.
Zippity?
Phone calls are zippy and I don't know. Something is zippy.
The pricing is zippier?
And the connection is the zippiest.
There you go.
Hello?
Hey, Joe.
Hey, Nancy. What's going on?
There's a hidden door in Dieter von Schwesterkrank's place that leads to a tunnel.
What does the tunnel lead to?
It dead ends at a wall that has some kind of lock on it.
How did you find the door?
Dieter, he's a fashion photographer. His great-uncle gave him a key that ultimately opened the door.
So what does this Dieter guy know about the tunnel?
Nothing.
You mean nothing that he'll admit to?
Right.
Well, you know what you should do next.
Find out more about his great-uncle.
Sure wouldn't hurt.
I saw this strange symbol in that tunnel I told you about before, so I called this guy named Zoo, who's supposed to be an expert on Paris's catacombs.
That tunnel is part of the catacombs?
I guess. This Zoo guy seemed to recognize the symbol when I described it, but he won't tell me anything about it unless I get him JJ's autograph. Apparently, he's her biggest fan.
We went to the catacombs when we were in Paris. Remember that, Frank? Pretty creepy.
This guy explores all the parts of the catacombs the public isn't allowed to visit.
Like I said, pretty creepy.
No, what's pretty creepy is where he wants me to drop off JJ's autograph. In a skull. A fake skull. Or so he says.
Actually, that's super creepy.
I'll check back with you later.
Call back anytime. See ya.
Okay, well, that was short.
Where Hugo, I go.
Let's go to work.
All right.
Now what?
Oh boy, here we go again.
You have to get them out of there!
Who? What happened?
This little box came from me, and when I opened it, all these bugs came pouring out. They're all over the place in there. You have to get them out before they lay eggs or something.
What exactly do you want me to do?
Just go in there and put them back in the box they came in. Carefully. Don't kill any of them. Nothing good ever comes from killing things.
Don't worry. I'll get them out of there for you.
Bless you.
Yuck. That must be the box they came in.
That is not my kind of chocolate.
Maple chocolates. Would you like some chocolate cockroach?
Shoot, I missed.
What's this?
Dear Miss Minette, the books on the women of the French resistance, exploits of Noisette Trenade, because she owned the windmill which you now own. Oh, this is from that historian who called before. Maybe she can help me figure out why Dieter was carrying that obituary around.
Okay, oh, I think we need to call her. So, Noisette Trenade actually owned this windmill.
Hmm.
Okay.
Too slow. Oh my gosh, the letters in these fonts look exactly like the ones that were used in one of those threatening notes Minette got, which means Heather must have sent it.
Oh, the one that was different from the others.
Gotcha.
Heather sent her one.
Interesting. It's kind of weird.
This fabric is so strange. It's soft and metallic all at the same time.
Uh-oh, he touched it.
Say goodnight, Gracie.
Okay. Alright.
Playtime's over, little guy. Or girl. I wonder if the symbols on these discs have something to do with the dials on the M380 decoder that Noisette Tornade used.
I don't know, maybe.
When it comes to making tea, been there, done that.
I don't know where the rest are.
Like how
If I were an
the
insect, where would I hide?
mechanism that allowed us to actually be able to snoop around this place was a bunch of insects being released.
Okay, let's see, 3 more.
But man, sending up gift-wrapped cockroaches in neatly wrapped up containers like that is a very meticulous way to bring some. One more. Bork, bork, bork.
Come on. Are they?
Here, buggy, buggy, buggy.
Really? Come on, where is it? How is it not popped up yet? Oh.
Oh, there it is.
There, that has got to be the last bug.
I hope. Alright, Minette here.
You can open the door now, Minette.
Did you get all of the bugs?
Yes, Minette.
How many are there?
I don't know, 9?
Are they all alive?
Yes, Minette.
Are you sure you didn't kill any?
Positive.
And they're all in the box?
Yes.
Okay, listen. I want you to take that box to the park and let those things go. Only I don't want to be here when you come out. Probably the only thing those twisted little vermin are thinking about right now is revenge.
Minette, they're cockroaches.
Exactly! So I want you to count to 10, and then, and only then, are you to come out of there, all right?
Anything you say. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. What a nut job.
Okay. I have to go to the park, right?
Yes,
yep. Park.
Point enough. You had enough of those cockroaches.
Okay, guys, end of the line. You are out of here.
Alright, there we go. I'm gonna save the game.
That's finished. That's finished.
If I
Check.
do this, it will help
Still
me.
need to do that. Can't check that off yet. Oops, haven't done. Been there, done. That's finished. Can't check that off yet. Check.
Oh, yes, I have to buy a stuffed parrot for Hazel. Hazel McKee. Hazel McKee.
Bonjour, mademoiselle. Welcome back. What do you like?
Nothing.
Guess I'm just not in a
All
bind.
garbage.
When you want to look again, just come back.
I will. Au revoir.
Au revoir.
Au revoir.
Oh,
Do you have the parrot?
Bonjour.
No.
What intrigues mademoiselle this time?
Well,
Nothing.
let's see.
Absolutely.
you not?
I
Are
really
you sure you
don't
don't
wanna
already
buy
have the
anything
parrot?
right now.
Wait, do you think I do?
Very well. Au revoir, mademoiselle.
Let me look. Let me look.
Au
Let me look.
revoir.
Oh, yeah, I do. You're right. Okay. Thank you, Sonny.
I don't remember it.
Couldn't have done it without you. Couldn't have done it without you.
Exactly.
Yep. All right.
The reason you keep me around.
Yep, that's the reason I
That's
keep
the
you
reason.
around. Yep, that's the
That's the
reason.
reason.
It is the only reason. Okay, let's go here. We need to talk to Heather, because
You guys think she's joking, but she's not.
What?
Oh, that was good. That was good. Hello.
Azel, there you are.
Did you get the stuffed parrot?
Here you go. What's it for,
Did you
anyway?
get the stuffed
It's a
parrot?
Minette thing. You wouldn't understand. No one would.
Why did you write Minette that threatening letter?
What? You think I wrote those letters?
I saw the memo you sent Minette about fonts. The letters on it match the letters on one of the threats I found in her dodo box.
You opened Minette's dodo box?
Yep.
That's the real reason you didn't want me looking in there, isn't it?
Okay. Couple months ago, I got so fed up with her that I just had to get back at her somehow. I'd seen how upset those other letters made her, so I sent one of my own, but just that one. And I never intended to really do anything to her. I just wanted her to suffer. You know, emotionally.
Ah, yes.
Oh, yes. Absolutely,
Yes.
Heather.
Very rational.
Yes.
The way she made you suffer when she started going out with Dieter.
You really don't miss a trick, do you? I thought when she dumped him like that he'd finally come to his senses and realize that I'm the one he should be with. But even now, even after she broke up with him, she still has some kind of weird, sick hold on him. Look, you're not going to tell Minette about this, are you? There's really no need. It'll just upset her all over again. And she's so far behind as it is. And there's no telling how she'd take it out on me, or on you, for that matter, just for telling her. So don't say anything to her, okay?
I'm gonna have to think about it. I'll see you later.
Azel.
Azel? Never mind. Never mind. Wait, Azel, wait. Wait. No.
Hello.
Nope. Nope. Oh, wait, Azel!
Hello.
Oh, well, it looks like Azel is crushing on your BFF Dieter.
Oh yeah. Well,
I'm just saying.
he didn't want nothing to do with her.
Oh.
Don't like crazy chicks.
Mademoiselle Drew, what is it now?
Oh.
The picture of Minette that was in the June issue of Glam Glam, was it cropped? Do you remember?
I'm sure it was. Most photographs are these days. Why?
Do you think I could see the uncropped picture?
As it happens, all the pictures which I use in my articles are stored right here in my digital assistant. I will help you, mademoiselle, but only if you help me first.
Am I the
You
only
see,
one that just
the owner of this
looks
cafe
at his teeth?
faces a crise. The
Yeah,
person
the
who makes
teeth.
desserts for him has stepped out for his customary 2.5-hour break. Unfortunately, a bus full of American teenagers has pulled up, and all are clamoring for parfait. So, I will tell the owner that you will make the parfait, and when you do, he will be indebted to me and will allow me to continue using this table as my office. And I will be indebted to you and will allow you to see the picture. You see how it works?
Yeah, I get the picture.
Yes.
Yeah, I get the picture. Okay, looks like I've got chocolate ice cream, vanilla ice cream, strawberry ice cream, caramel ice cream, bananas, tapioca balls, berries, and whipped cream. The first one I have to make is an exois.
Okay,
Uh-huh.
looks like it's cream, strawberry.
Cream
caramel-
vegetables, huh?
Is it- Really, Sonny?
Yes.
I don't even know what you just said.
I say cream at the bomb. I said in a just Trecanard-esque accent.
Oh,
Cream at the bomb.
Comment down below, guys. How do you like Sunny's new accent for this episode?
Oui, c'est ça.
Oui, c'est ça. That's it. Okay. Allons faire. Oh, wait. All right. So chocolate cream, cherries cream. Okay.
So mostly cream.
This looks good. This is the one I'd want. I mean, how would I not want this?
Oui, c'est ça.
Yes. Next up, a tropical.
Okay, banana. I like the little slushy sound when you pick up the ingredients. Like, I really wonder what sound effect they recorded for this.
So it's never actually anything related to the sound, so I do wonder.
I did it right. Now they want a l'enfer.
Another l'enfer. Sonny, do you want a l'enfer?
I want a l'enfer.
I want a short fur, but you can't get everything you want.
C'est bien.
Yes. Next is a corbeau.
Corbeau. Okay. Ooh, okay, so it's like chocolate and caramel with banana in the middle.
One mystique coming up.
Mystique. Whoa.
Nothing.
Okay, so some gloopy balls.
Exactly. That's exactly what we call them.
Merci.
I did it right. Here comes a fantasy.
Fantasy. Okay, so it's cherries, vanilla, gloopy balls, strawberry, whipped cream.
A Lulu.
Isn't that the name of that parrot?
Yes.
Oh yeah, she drives me bananas too. You guys remember Lulu from the Blackmore Manor? Yep, this is probably for her.
Pay no attention to the player behind the curtain.
He liked it. There, all done.
The owner, he tells me you did a good job. And so, as was our agreement, here is the picture you wish to see.
Merci.
Great, thank you.
Okay, so the dials. I need to write this down. Oh, Roman numerals. Okay, is that a 9? That's a 9.
Yes.
That's a 9. Okay.
X is 10.
Okay, so 9 and V is 5. So 953, I think that's what it is. Yes, okay.
So, what else do you wish from me?
We'll talk again later, okay?
Au revoir, mademoiselle.
Okay. I don't remember where I'm going. Well, let's go here and see where we go. Is this where Dieter von Schwasterkrank is? Yep, there he is. Oh, he's still in the dark room. Dieter von Schwasterkrank.
Dieter von Schwasterkrank.
Still need to do check.
I
Still
don't
need
know
to
if
do
I
that.
have an M380 decoder.
Oh no. Yeah,
Haven't done that. Can't check that
I
off
think I need
yet.
to go get it.
Oops, haven't done that. That's finished.
I think I know where it is. Yeah, I think I need to get it, and I'm not gonna. Ugh. Okay. Oh, is it nighttime already? Okay, point enough.
Point enough. Because you've had enough of that.
I know. Okay, there's this thing I've been looking at that I think this guy sells that I need.
Bonjour. What intrigues Mademoiselle this
Oh yeah. You had to get
Well,
like special
let's
wine
see.
or something.
What did you say I had to do to get this thing?
Get me a bottle of Mouton Fouetté 1968. I will accept nothing less.
How will
In the meantime,
get that?
what else tickles the fancy?
How will I get a bottle of
I
that?
really don't want to buy anything right now.
Very well.
What?
Au revoir, mademoiselle.
Oh
Au
my
revoir.
goodness. Did it say in my notes? I have no idea where to get it. Oh, maybe I have to call one of my friends. Maybe they can give me a... I don't know. Okay, well, I do need to go back. I think this is where I live. Okay, you need to write...
What's up, compulsive liar?
Zoo, my love, Jing. Yes, okay.
Hey, Rumi, how's it going?
Let's play hangman.
Okay. You know the rules, right?
Yes.
Yep, I sure do.
Great. Okay, I'll think of a 6-letter word and you try to guess what it is. Ready?
Ready. Z.
Wrong.
U.
Oopsie.
M. Y.
Right you are.
L.
Right you are.
O.
Love.
Bingo.
I see what you're doing.
V.
Huh?
E.
I see what you're doing.
Yep.
Clever. Clever.
Thank you.
J. I. N.
Incorrect.
I wasn't even close. May I have that piece of paper?
Sure.
Done.
Want to play again?
Maybe later.
Anytime you want to play, just let me know.
See you later.
See ya.
Okay, now I have to go leave this in a skull or something. Kazoo is weird.
A little.
S'il vous plaît. Bye-bye, hard-earned cash.
Oh, I'm broke.
Magdalene. This must be the place Zoo was talking about. And there's a skull.
There we go. Now I'm just going to leave. And go back to my phone. And make phone calls. Because I'm sure he got the autograph by now. Okay. Alright, let's call Zoo.
Hello?
It's Nancy Drew. Did you get the autograph?
It is magnifique! You were wise not to try to fool me, Nancy. I know Jing's handwriting better than I know my own. So, here is what I know about that symbol. I call it the hazelnut because to me that is what it looks like. A noisette.
Wait a minute. A noisette?
Yes, that is French for hazelnut. I have seen it in only one place in the catacombs. To reach this place, return to the catacombs and go to the skull where you left Jing's autograph. Lift the top part of the skull and push the red button. That will open a secret passage that will lead you to the noisette.
Great. Thank you.
But if you go there, you must be careful. The tunnel police, they are one problem. The tunnels, they are another.
What do you mean?
Some of the tunnels, especially near the Moulin beverage company, they are water filled with trees.
You mean waterlogged?
Yes, waterlogged. You must swim underwater to reach the place where I saw the noisette. And the water is very cold. You will need a wetsuit. Good luck, Nancy Drew.
I need to
You
go
will
buy a
that too.
wetsuit. Okay.
Yep.
Let's
That's why
call
what's his
my
name is selling it.
friends. They're my best friends, Sonny.
Rip me, I guess. No, I'm kidding.
Now you're my best friend. All right. Well, we have to call her because it's on my to-do list.
Modern European History, Lynn Manrique.
Hello, my name is Nancy Drew. I'm calling from Paris. Actually, I talked to you earlier when you tried to call Minette.
She's finally calling me back? Wonderful. Please, put her on.
I'd like to, but I'm afraid she's still too busy to talk to you.
Oh.
But if you don't mind, could I ask you a couple of questions about Noisette Tournade?
Certainly.
How long did she live in the Moulin, where Minette now has her studio?
She lived there for 55 years, from 1949 to 2004. She sold it when she moved to Provence, which is where she passed away. She never married, you know. Very private person. She served as Paris's director of public works for more than 20 years, yet not one person has been able to tell me what her favorite color was.
What did she do during the war?
From 1942 until the liberation of Paris, Noisette worked as a translator for the Germans by day and an encoder for the French resistance by night. This, as you might imagine, made everyone suspicious of her, both French and Germans alike. And after the war, things got ugly. Especially when people found out she was romantically involved with a German soldier. His name was Hans von Schwesterkrank.
You're kidding me.
Huh.
What happened to him?
Hans left Paris right after the war and never returned, leaving Noisette to fend for herself. She was tried as a collaborator in 1946 and acquitted, but the experience left her quite bitter. You see, some people said that during the war she took various pieces of artwork, mostly from churches, and stashed them away somewhere so they wouldn't fall into enemy hands.
That sounds pretty heroic to me.
Well, some people said she stole them for herself, and unfortunately, the artwork remains lost to this day. No one knows exactly what Noisette took, or if indeed she took anything. In any case, Noisette was terribly hurt that the city she loved had turned on her like that. After her trial, she told the press that the truth of what she'd done during the war resided in her and in the person and place she loved the most. And that was that. She never spoke of her wartime activities again. I assume that the person she was referring to was Hans von Schwesterkrank, who passed away a year or two ago, and that the place was her beloved Moulin, which is why I'm hoping Minette will allow me to visit it. Now, I've got a question for you. In the hours before she died, Noisette was said to have constantly muttered 3 words: red, left, green. Is there anything inside the Moulin that has to do with red, left, green? Anything at all?
No, but I'll keep that in mind and let you know if I see something.
I'd appreciate it. Any other questions?
What was the French resistance?
That was the name given to the various groups of men and women who did their best to undermine Germany's military occupation of France during World War II. Some would engage in strikes and sabotage, while others would collect and pass intelligence along to the Allies. Needless to say, their operations were highly covert and very dangerous.
What else can you tell me about the German occupation of Paris?
The German army entered Paris on June 14th, 1940, and after France formally surrendered on June 22nd, the Germans controlled the city. They took whatever they wanted: food, supplies, houses, artwork, and dictated how Parisians were to live their lives. Naturally, their presence was deeply resented. Some people ignored the situation as best they could. Some collaborated with the Germans, while others, like those in the resistance, fought back until the city was finally liberated on August 25th, 1944.
After the war, when she was the director of public works, what kind of things did Noisette do?
She oversaw many of the services which the citizens of Paris enjoyed every day. Streets, bridges, parks, their maintenance all came under Noisette's purview. She particularly enjoyed putting various forms of art on permanent display in various public places, especially parks.
What's the story behind the Cross of Lorraine?
The vertical bar crossed by 2 horizontal bars is an emblem that was first used by Joan of Arc, as well as the Dukes of Lorraine in the 15th century. But during and after World War II, it became a symbol of the French resistance. Nowadays, it's not unusual to see it on statues or monuments commemorating the period in French history from 1940 to 1945.
What did you mean when you said Noisette was tried as a collaborator?
Collaborators were French citizens who not only failed to resist the occupation, but actually helped the Germans keep it going. Because Noisette had worked for the Germans as a translator and had a German boyfriend, after the war, many of her countrymen automatically accused her of collaboration. When it was revealed that she had been a member of the resistance, instead of exonerating her, that just made some people think she'd been spying for the Germans too. As I said before, it was an ugly time, one which poor Noisette spent the rest of her life trying to forget.
Do you know anything about the M380 decoder?
It's a machine that the resistance is said to have used to encode and decode their messages during the war. To decode a message, the dials on it had to be in the same position as they were when the message was encoded.
The famous Enigma machine operated in much the same way.
The famous what?
The Enigma machine is what the Germans used to encipher and decipher their secret messages during World War II. Allied codebreakers were finally able to figure out how the machine worked, and as a result, some say the war ended 2 years sooner than it would have otherwise.
How likely is it that Noisette used an M380 decoder?
I would stake my reputation on it.
You've been very helpful. Thank you.
My pleasure. Bye.
Okay, now I'm going to call Bess and George. I just want a hint about where we're supposed to find this special wine.
Mm-hmm.
I have a hunch I might know.
Well,
Vic, you keep forgetting I have to dial a zippy calling card to reach American numbers.
Hello?
Me again.
We're both on, Nan. What's up?
Some unknown person sent Minette a box of live cockroaches.
Ew, yuck.
Tell me about it. They got loose all over her office, and she made me find them and put them back in the box.
Double yuck. Did any kind of note come with them?
Nope.
Sending anonymous letters is one thing, but sending live vermin sounds to me like things are getting personal.
Yeah, let's just hope they don't start to get deadly.
Ugh.
It turns out that one of the threatening letters Minette got was sent by none other than her own assistant, Heather McKay.
You're kidding. Why would she do that?
According to Heather, it was a spur-of-the-moment thing. She said she got so fed up with Minette one day that she did it to get back at her. She said she never intended to hurt her, physically at least.
Do you believe her?
I guess.
Just be careful. Maybe Minette's wackiness is contagious.
The windmill Minette works out of was once owned by a woman named Noisette Tournade, who used to be a resistance fighter during World War II.
Was it like her headquarters or something?
According to this historian in the States who's doing research on her, she lived there for some 50 years after the war, and she's rumored to have been involved in the theft of artwork that's been missing since the war, and...
There's more?
And a certain young German fashion photographer who used to date Minette has been carrying around the woman's obituary.
Why?
I don't know. Yet. I'd better go.
Call us anytime, preferably soon.
Do you have any theories?
I mean, to who did
Well,
it?
it's definitely interesting.
That he's carrying around the obituary of Noisette?
Yeah.
Okay, let's call Frank and Joe, and then we're out of here.
Hello?
Hey, Joe.
Hey, Nancy, what's going on?
Oh, you know.
I found out that Dieter von Schwesterkrank's great-uncle was the boyfriend of the woman who used to live in the old windmill that Minette's studio is now in. And I discovered that this woman, Noisette Tournade, is rumored to have hidden away valuable works of art during World War II, art that remains lost to this day. She passed away not too long ago.
Whoa, does Vaughn, what's-his-face, know all that too?
I haven't asked him yet, but I do know that he's been carrying around the woman's obituary. And did I mention that up until recently he was dating Minette?
The plot thickens. Big time.
Would you guys mind giving me a hint about something?
We thought you'd never ask. What would you like us to tell you?
Here we go, right here.
Do you have any idea where I can get a bottle of Mouton Fouetté 1968, whatever that is?
Remember what that zoo guy said about the tunnels? About how they were underwater by the Mouton Beverage Company? Sounds like a good place to dive in to me.
I knew you guys could help.
If you need anything else, just ask.
I will. Bye.
I guess we have to go get that wetsuit.
Let's go get the wine.
Point enough. You've had enough of that.
I just picture you, Sonny, with a beret. You know, it's just...
And one of those cigarettes that's in those long
Not only that,
things.
a baguette. You need a baguette as well.
A wetsuit.
And a baguette.
Not just any wetsuit. It used to belong to a friend of the famous undersea explorer Jacques Cousteau. A friend who is said to have shared many adventures with him.
I can't...
For that reason, I sell it for 125 euros.
I think €1 is fair. No, he'll
no thanks.
He'll say no.
What else
I
tickles
need
your
to
fancy?
paint some. I need to paint some pictures.
I really don't want to buy anything right now.
Very well. Au revoir, mademoiselle.
Au
Au revoir.
Now you buy
I
something.
might be able to haggle with him. 104. Let me see if I can haggle.
How much do you want for this wetsuit?
125 euro.
Too rich for my blood. How about 94 euros instead?
Vendu.
Oh, cool. I got a
What
bargain.
else tickles your fancy?
We got
I
it.
really don't want to buy anything right now.
Very well. Au revoir, mademoiselle.
Au revoir.
All right. Let's go swim in some terrible, dirty water. Can I catch diseases from catacomb water?
Probably.
No, it's just gross.
Okay.
I think you can.
Oh, wow.
Un entrée.
Yeah, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna save the game. I'm gonna save it right here because I don't want to have to buy
Oh
that
yes.
again.
The murder music when you're in a catacomb.
One sweet ride. Répète, Fabrice. That is one sweet ride. Oh, plus d'anglais, Jean-Claude, ça m'énerve. Practice. It makes perfection. Dis ça. I'm
Just
totally
talking about
done with
random
that.
stuff.
Restez où vous êtes.
Oh no! No!
Je vous arrête.
Wait. What?
Really? Front page? Really? Front pages?
I don't know how to leave.
That's right. I think they're just saying random stuff.
Well, it's time to put on the wetsuit. Hope it's more comfortable than it
I
looks.
hear rats. Okay, now I'm saving the game. I hear
Yeah.
rats and squeaky things.
Good old Black Plague.
Oof, this place is crawling with four-legged vermin. Hope they leave my stuff alone.
Oh, here we go.
So gross. Why would they let
Don't worry.
Nancy do this?
Oh, I see an oxygen meter too.
Yeah.
Oh. Don't worry, Kristen. It's just a video game. You can't actually catch diseases in a video game.
Oh, that's nice. Thanks. Where's this? What's that? Got it. I'm gonna leave now. Cause I don't care about you. Goodbye.
A rat!
Oh, I guess I have that Shadow Ranch shirt still. Save. Again, yes please. I'm leaving because I don't really know where we have to go from there. So I really just want to get that decoder and figure it out.
Bonjour, mademoiselle Hortense.
And she returns with a bottle of Mouton Forte, 1968.
Oh la la, you did it. So, I take this and give you this. Take it. You have earned it.
Thanks.
What else tickles your fancy?
Nothing. I do not want a baking book, a light bulb, or a pie tin.
I really don't want to buy anything
I could
right
literally
now.
buy that at Walmart.
Very well. Au revoir, mademoiselle.
Au revoir.
Okay. So now I have these. With these. And that turns the dials. So.
The dials on this thing move.
I know. Isn't
What?
that great, Nancy?
Dials move?
I never knew that.
Looks like I should type a message using my own keyboard.
Okay. Wait, I don't know what to type. What do I type? What do I type? Is this... What? No. What do I type? Cher ami? Do I... Okay, essentially... Modifying the message, then type the message if you ever regret. Oh, do I have to basically type up that gibberish in the beginning? I think I do. Okay, let me... Hold on, wait. Let me take a picture of this, because I'm going to need to take... Yeah. I'm going to need to type out that thing right there, I think. Yep. So... There's that. Okay, let's see how this works. I'll test it out. Are the dials set properly? Yes, they are. Okay, here we go. Q-L-N-O-R-E-Z A7LXT-I0-S-M-K-P-Q-Q-L-N O-R-3-A-S-7-L-X-T-I-0-S-M-K-3-A
Rouge, blanc, rouge, bleu, rouge. Looks like French to me.
Those are colors, I know those. Rouge is red, blanc is white, so red, white, red, blue, red. But what does that have to do with anything? I don't know. Huh.
Been there, done that. Can't check that off yet. That's finished. Been there, check. Check. Been there, done. Still need to do that.
I need to talk to Dieter still.
Can't check that off yet.
Yeah.
Been there, done that. Check. Can't check that off yet. Check.
See if anything that good.
That's finished.
Confront Heather. Okay, let's go try to talk to Dieter real quick. If not, I have a feeling we have to go back into the catacomb things. I think... Where is he? I think he's at Rudeback. Still busy. Still busy.
Mr. von Schwesterkrank? Are you in there?
Who's there?
Nancy Drew. I just wanted to ask you some questions.
I'm very busy. You'll have to come back.
But this is really important. Is there anything I can do to help you?
Well, if you want, you could take some stock photos for me.
Sure.
The list of things I need pictures of is on my desk. You can use the camera I let you borrow.
I'll get right on it.
Great. Side quest.
Oh, no, the list is in French.
You think be in German.
Well, thankfully, I can read this. So the first thing is a stapler.
Okay.
A spider. A candle. A skull. A cross. And a teapot. So... okay. I think I know where to get the spider. You guys remember?
Yeah. Yes, the clock.
Hey, Kristen, is it French you speak or Quebecois French?
What? I have to solve this fast because then the bird tweets. Yeah, but I got it. No, I got it.
Bird tweets. just like a millennial.
I got it. Okay, here's the spider. Okay, did that save? Okay, great. My stapler is at the office.
Oh, she's gone.
There it is. Okay, so it's keeping a record. That's good. Alright, a teapot is in Minette's office.
Oh, that'll be easy.
Hey, weirdo.
What?
Hi,
Why
Fred.
do you wear that mask?
This mask is a statement, Nancy. It's my way of telling society that it pays far too much attention to the face. I design clothes for the person. I'm telling society, forget the face. Look at the person. Look at my creations.
I can't even look at the
colors,
person.
the fabrics, the lines I choose. They are meant to enhance the person, not the face. The person. The face is inconsequential.
Oh wait,
You
your
don't really
mask has a
expect
face
anyone
on
to buy
it.
that, do you?
Whether they buy it or not is their problem. Any more questions?
Many.
Someone with a German accent called for you when you were fitting JJ, but he didn't leave a message.
Oh?
He sounded kind of angry.
I'm sure it wasn't important, so don't worry about it. What else?
Why did you break up with Dieter?
That is absolutely, unequivocally, 100% none of your business. And if you ever ask me anything about Dieter again, you're fired. Now go away and let me work. I said go away.
Well, okay.
I already made
should,
Minette
like-
her tea.
You should like touch her stuff.
Yes. Wait, maybe if I leave and come back, Minette will forgive me. Hold on. Okay. We good friends now?
I said go away.
Nope.
No.
Okay. Bye, Minette. Sorry.
Not really. I actually care.
Okay, and the last thing was a
Un
skull.
entrée, s'il vous plaît.
They keep spending my money. Oh, I'm broke now. I'm gonna need to go
Oh,
paint.
you're absolutely broke.
I'm gonna need to I'm gonna need to go paint something, or I can't get back in. There. That's everything on Dieter's list. But before we go back, let's go paint something. need that pocket money.
Art time with Kristen.
The joy of painting with Kristen.
Bonjour. What intrigues mademoiselle this time?
I wouldn't mind painting another picture or two.
Be my guest.
Got just like a bottomless well of money.
You see
With his
this?
paintings.
Yes. You see, this is a happy little neck right here. Necks need friends. Now this hair is a happy mistake.
Nah, it's just a mistake.
Oops. Yep, that was a mistake. I'm giving her a new hairdo. You know, this is not how
The
I...
face is a mistake.
Yep, always.
You're just mentioning all this, and I watch the Bob Ross marathon when it's on.
Dude, I can watch all 30-something seasons on Roku. It's that easy. Oops.
So could I. I have a Roku TV.
Me too. Okay, what am I missing? What have I done?
The top part is wrong shape.
What top part?
You know, the brown
Hair.
over the hair, like the hood
Oh.
thing.
See, I was so bored with her hairstyle.
Monsieur, how's this?
Another fine
Don't
job.
accept mistakes,
Here is your money.
whether they be happy or
Do you
unhappy.
wish to paint another?
Not right now. Maybe later.
Later, yes.
Now you buy something. Yeah, I definitely want
I really
your
don't want to
Walmart
buy anything right now.
knockoffs.
Very well. Au revoir, mademoiselle.
Seriously.
Au revoir.
Who just sells a light bulb and a pie tin at a Paris flea market? I didn't see that
It's
when
right. I can do this tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
Well, obviously, Kristen, the intended customer is someone who's going to be making pies and stuff with cheese at night in the dark.
Day 4.
You need a light.
Day 4. Day 4.
I just envisioned these transitions with the Law and Order transition sound.
Yeah.
Dun dun.
Alright, Dieter von Schwestercrank, I got your...
Mr. von Schwesterkrank, do you think you could translate this list for me?
What?
Sorry, too busy. You're on your own.
Excuse me? I have to translate this? The game wants me
It's
to...
a link in a.
I have to go buy the book
Your
at the
your
park.
Kibaquaza can help
I have
you
to
out
go
here.
buy the book.
I have to buy the translator book at the
Your-
park.
Your French Canadian is going to help you out here, Kristen.
This is...
Oh,
I
sorry.
think she was... I think she,
Bonjour, mademoiselle.
there it is.
What you need, I am sure to have.
This is
Well,
so stupid. How much is
I
this?
could use a French-English dictionary. How much?
This is the best French-English dictionary you can buy
Really?
in all of Paris. Not too big, simple to
15
use,
euros,
hundreds
please.
and hundreds of words.
Dude, you don't have to sell it
give it
to
to you for 30 euro.
Will you let me have it for 15 euros?
For this, that is
Oh my
nothing.
God.
The price is 30 euro.
Then I'm not interested.
What else appeals to you?
Nothing.
Actually, I'm not interested in buying anything right
Time
now.
to go
Then you
paint.
will just have to come back.
I might just do that. Bye.
Au revoir.
He's just sitting over there staring at the
Bonjour.
river with the back
What
turned to her
please,
product.
mademoiselle, this time?
Yo
You
yo.
know, I
I
could have
wouldn't mind
literally
painting another
just stolen
picture or
that from
two.
her and walked
Be my
off.
guest.
She's not even looking at me. Ah, welcome back to the joy of painting. It's not so joyful anymore, but that's okay. It's all good.
It's fine. It's fine.
Oh, I don't even care. Whatever. If that's the hair you want, that's the hair you can have. It's a free country.
This is the new age Mona Lisa. In fact, why just have two shades of hair color? It should be a rainbow.
Monsieur, how's this?
The whole color
Another
spectrum.
fine job. Here
Fact.
is your money. Do you
have
wish to paint
infrared
another?
color hair.
I have
Yes,
to paint
please.
another or I'll
Be
have
my
no change
guest.
to get into the catacombs. This is the last painting I hopefully have to paint. Sunny, any
Nah.
inspirational words for my final painting?
Always make sure to eat your vegetables.
What the heck?
Okay, I'm just gonna use some Bob Ross terminology right now to break that.
Thank you.
Think happy little trees, and let's just beat the devil out of it.
I like that. I like that. Thank you.
We're gonna beat the devil out of trees. That's kind of rude to treat anything.
Monsieur, how's this?
Another fine job. Here is your money.
My favorite thing
Do
in
you
the
wish to
Bob
paint
Ross
another?
streams is
Not right now. Maybe later.
like every time
Later,
he
yes.
says beat the
Now
devil out
you
of
buy
it,
something.
he'll just say rip devil.
I really don't want to buy anything right now.
Is that what they
Very
say?
well.
Yes,
Au
rip
revoir,
devil.
mademoiselle.
Oh my goodness.
Au revoir.
Hey, were you gonna buy a book?
Oh yes, I was. See, I was so upset to be there. I just I couldn't take it anymore. I'm sorry. I hate this woman. She's just so. Look at her. What is up with her? Ugh.
Bonjour, mademoiselle. What
Oh.
you need, I am sure to have.
Well,
It's just so intense.
how much is this?
30 euro.
Yeah,
I'll
take it.
take it.
It is yours. What else appeals to you?
Oh, I just thought maybe I'd take a baby doll head.
Actually, I'm not interested in buying anything
I'm
right
gonna
now.
hang it on my
To
car.
come back.
I
It's
might
gonna be a
just
car
do that.
decoration.
Bye.
Au revoir.
Gonna be like the I forget what to call them, but you know how like Rolls Royces will have
Oh,
those things
little...
on the hunt for the hood.
Yeah, those little hood ornament
Yeah, it's gonna be
things.
that. It's the hood ornament. Yeah, is that gonna be your hood ornament?
Yep. Yep. Baby doll head. So everyone
And then
knows I'm
Toy
in
Story.
business. Yep.
And then Toy Story logic will apply, and the car will become sentient.
Exactly.
Mr. von Schwesterkrank,
Oh, I
could
forgot
I
to
ask you
translate.
something?
Sorry, too busy.
Okay. Oops, that's not what I want. Is the list still on the desk? No, I picked it up. Okay. Take this. Can I just... If I do this, does this just... Yay. I'm looking through things. Whee! Okay, so if I look at the list, where is it? Is this it? Okay, if I just take this out, does... Okay. I hope that did something.
Mr. von Schwesterkrank, could I ask you something?
Sorry, too busy.
But I took all the photos. I took the photos. Maybe I put it back. I took your photos. I don't understand.
Guy holding the camera in front of the door.
A photo.
Hang on. Let me make sure I did this right. Oh, I forgot one thing.
Oh, you got something, guys.
Yes, I forgot to take a picture of one thing. I feel kind of silly.
Birds are French Canadian now, Kristen.
Are you really just?
I'm just screwing with you. I'm sorry.
I'm not gonna touch that.
There we go. This will help. I hope. Okay, Dieter. Oh, see?
Hey, magically, he's outside.
Did you take all those photos for me?
I sure did. They're all right there in your camera.
So, you had some questions for me?
Yes.
What do you know about Noisette Tornade?
The French resistance fighter? I seem to recall reading that she died recently, and that's about it. Why do you ask?
I know 3 things, Mr. von Schwesterkrank. 1, Noisette Tornade, whose obituary you were carrying until it fell out of your pocket in the park. Noisette used to own the old windmill Minette now owns. 2, during World War II, she was rumored to have hidden several valuable works of art from the Germans somewhere in Paris. And 3, she was romantically involved with a German soldier named Hans von Schwesterkrank.
Oh, yes. I know all those things, too. Hans was my great-uncle. But there are 1 or 2 things you don't know, Fräulein. You could not have known that just before he passed away, my great-uncle gave me that.
What is it?
Nice.
Wow, that's
Something Noisette
weird.
gave to him. Turn it over and look on the back.
Wait, does that have to do with your
Unfortunately, my
cipher?
great-uncle couldn't remember what any of it meant. She used to be the director of public works, so I went to her favorite park to see if anything there might help me figure out what that card means. But I discovered nothing. You can keep that if you want.
I can?
Yes, I give up. I don't care anymore.
That is so weird.
Finding that lost artwork is why you started going out with Minette, isn't it?
Since Minette owns the Moulin where Noisette spent most of her life, I thought dating her would help me figure out what that card meant. But then something totally unexpected and tragic happened. I fell in love with her. Minette is one of the cleverest, most infuriating yet fascinating women I have ever met.
You still feel that way? Even after she broke up with you like that?
I can't help myself. I thought that if I found that missing artwork, I would be a hero and Minette would change her mind about me. But I can barely keep my mind on my work these days, let alone on finding some mystical treasure. If you want to look for it, go right ahead. Right now, the only thing I'm interested in recovering is Minette.
Right, well. It says the front page must have something to do with the thing
All
you
those
got from the
eyes
cipher.
must mean something. But what?
I have no idea. What is this? It looks weird.
Your guess is as good as mine. I really don't know.
So you had red, white, red,
Oh,
blue,
red left green. Red left green. I think it's red left green.
Sue Loren 4154.
Sue Loren. I think I need to. Okay. $4154. I'm going to take a picture of this. We can keep this. Okay. There we go. So I think I need to go back to the catacombs.
Check. Been there. Check. Been there. Can't check that off yet. Oops. Haven't done that.
Oops.
Can't check that off yet.
Alright, back to the catacombs.
What is it now?
Sorry.
Thanks for your help.
Is it now?
Drop by again?
Sorry. I did not mean to disturb you, Mr. Swastakronk.
Oh, now.
S'il vous plaît.
I've literally forgotten how to do this.
Better save.
Oh no, I'll get a second chance button, don't worry.
Oh, okay.
There we go. There we go.
Ooh la la.
Okay, a rough translation would be, in Europe, near the new bridge, Snow White lives in a red castle. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Has to do with the metro map we've been looking at. There we go.
I have no idea what this is, but after everything I went through to get here, I'm taking it.
I'm going to save. again. Okay. Well, now that I have this, what next?
Can't check that off. Been there, done that. Been there, done that. Can't check that off. Check.
Okay, got that. Oh, I think I know. Possibly.
Are any other cops now?
There are no cops. You're right. They all left.
That is where we're starting.
I know.
I'll bet those numbers are movable.
La la.
Okay. First, I gotta do the mouth thing. Where is the mouths?
Okay. That's something, right?
Oh, if I were in this park, I'd be so annoyed.
Perfect.
Oh yeah, perfect. I don't know what to say about that. What you just did.
Okay.
What was that? Hey, what's going on? Shoot, that pesky squirrel must have jumped on the handle and moved the windmill.
Oh. Okay.
Bonjour. What intrigues Mademoiselle this time?
Okay.
I'd like to paint some more, if that's okay.
I just
Be my
remembered
guest.
something. I'm gonna need more money.
Yay!
Yay, more painting with Kristen.
Back
Let's
to
go.
painting with Tristan.
I thought that was my last painting, but no. No.
Uh,
Not
your
even.
graphic design skills are paying off now.
I know. I never thought my whole life it would be for this.
Yep, you've been training your whole life for this moment.
Yes.
This moment alone.
Yes.
Not for the money.
Nope.
This.
Yep. You tell him, Sonny.
Oh, I told him. To the entire
Monsieur,
Discord
how's this?
audience.
Another fine job. Here is your money. Do you wish to paint another?
No, I don't think I need to.
Not right now. Maybe later.
Okay.
Later, yes. Now you buy something.
Okay. Remember how I made fun of this guy? I'm gonna need this.
What?
Is this pie tin very expensive?
Oh.
Very cheap. 15 euro.
Would you take €1 for it?
Vendu.
Vendu.
What else tickles your fancy?
I hope that'll be enough.
I really don't want to buy anything right now.
Very well. Au revoir, mademoiselle.
Au revoir.
I like how Tristan was like gung ho for the whole delivering
Bonjour,
stuff.
mademoiselle. What
And,
you need, I am sure to have.
2 games ago.
Well,
The one that took place
actually,
in
I'm not
threes.
interested in buying
Now
anything right now.
He's
Then we'll
not
just
at all
have to come
interested in the
I
way to
might
make money
just
in
do
this
that.
game.
Bye.
Au revoir.
Well, come on, because the telegram thing was fun.
Bonjour, mademoiselle. Welcome
And we got to see an
What
insane
do you
child.
like?
Yeah.
Is this just regular string?
That is very good string. Very strong. Very good to have around. You can buy for only 6 euros.
How about 3 euros?
Voila. What else do you like?
How much are you asking for this steak?
That is made of the finest wood, and it can be used for many, many things. It is one of my most popular items. For that reason, I sell for 13 euros.
I'll give you 10 euros.
Voila. What else do you like?
I'll take this martial art book.
Is this Ichido book any good?
That book is very good. If you are around dangerous people, then you must get this book. You pay only 23 euros.
How about if I pay 6 euros?
Voila. What else do you like?
Nothing.
Guess I'm just not in a buying mood.
Kinda broke.
When you want to
You
go
is
again,
broke.
just come back.
I will. Au revoir.
Au revoir.
One more.
Oh, wow.
Bonjour, mademoiselle. What you need, I am sure to have.
Well, I could use a flashlight. Mine was in my lost luggage.
That is only 10 euro. Batteries included.
What about 3 euros?
It is yours. What else appeals to you?
Well, that's
Actually, I'm not interested in buying anything right now.
Then you will just have to come back.
I might just do that. Bye.
Au revoir.
All right. Here we go. Where do I put this?
Not gonna lie, I'm 100% not sure why you need that thing though.
It's gonna keep the squirrel away.
That's so random. That keeps the squirrel away.
Yes.
That's alright.
Yes. Save the game.
Time to get out my flashlight.
Say the flashlight or did we announce the cheap flashlight? Dun-dun, dun-dun, dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. Treasure.
Ooh, key.
Key.
With the noisette. Alright. Perfect.
I'm sorry.
It's fine.
Other people who are selling stuff care.
Okay, we're gonna go to work.
Yes, saying that you are employed there, that would be a good idea.
Yeah, it's true. I'm employed. So I should go to the place I'm employed at once in a while, I think.
Yep. Done like one thing that could count as work there.
What is that?
Who's out there?
It's just me, Nancy. Uh-oh.
What did you say?
Nothing. Everything's fine. You just stay in there and keep working. Looks like this thing is set to go off if she opens the door. I've got to figure out how to disarm this thing before she opens the door.
What are you doing out there?
Nothing. Just stay in there. Everything's fine. There. I'm done. I won't bother you anymore, I promise. I better get rid of this thing before she sees it and really freaks.
Wow, that was weird.
Oh, a bomb.
Yep, a bomb.
And Azea is missing.
And Hazel is missing, yeah. Usually she leaves you a note, but I don't see it at my desk, so I don't know why.
Most like she knew
Okay,
not to be there.
Well, now what? Maybe it was someone else. Open the...
Been there. That's finished.
What do I...
Been there, done that. Been there. That's finished. Still need to do that.
I'm not sure what to do next. Maybe I can make some phone calls. Maybe one of the gang can help.
Just like how, we had to make no big deal over a door bomb.
Yeah, well, because we couldn't freak out Minette.
Oh, I know, but like, I think you can get the police on that for that one.
Well, let's see if we can talk to that Lynn lady about anything else.
Lynn Mandolin.
Is it raining where you are, Sonny?
Modern European history, Lynn Manrique.
Hi, this is Nancy Drew again. I called you before.
Because it's raining cats and dogs.
What can I do for you?
For me.
No, like at most it got cold and cloudy for a
meant by
bit.
red left green.
Really? What?
It has to do with this card she gave to Hans von Schwesterkrank and this grid I found in a passageway near where he used to live. It's a long story, but when you put them together using red left green, you get a message.
What kind of message?
Let's just say I have the feeling it's eventually going to lead to the artwork that Noisette hid.
Well, if it does...
I'll call you.
Good.
Thanks for taking the time to talk to me.
It was nothing. Goodbye.
I have to do this again.
Hey, you gotta call a zippy calling card. Reception is zippy and the calls are zippity or whatever, however one. Or zippiest.
It's the zippiest. It's the rootin' tootin' zippiest of them all. Alright, I'm just gonna go string for Frank and Joe because they're the hint people.
People.
Yeah, they give me hints and Bess and George can go eat pie or something.
Just tell them that.
Hey, Joe.
Hey, Nancy, what's going on?
Someone attached an explosive device to the door to Minette's studio.
Someone booby-trapped her door? Did it go off?
No, thanks to me.
Do you have any idea who did it?
Well, Minette's assistant, Heather McKay, wasn't anywhere around when I discovered it.
Could she have been trying to get back at Minette for something?
Well, I know she sent Minette a threatening letter, although when I confronted her about it, she said it was harmless, that she was just blowing off steam.
Actions speak louder than words. I'd keep an eye on her, Nancy.
I could use a hint.
About what?
Supposed to do the round thingamajig I found. There's another message in French. Oh yeah, the colors. Oh gosh. I'll do, this one.
Would you happen to know what I'm supposed to do with that round thingamajig I found at the end of those flooded tunnels?
I suggest you take a good look around that studio of Minette's. All you have to do is stay centered. After all, that thingamajig has to fit in somewhere.
I knew you guys could help.
If you need anything else, just ask.
So we have to look in her studio.
Bye.
Okay, well good, we're here and she's not, so... There it is.
La la.
I'll bet on I'm supposed to put these colors in a certain order.
I was 100% sure that one of our precious things was gonna get, like, knocked down or destroyed or something.
Locked, of course.
Oh, I have a key.
Ooh la la.
Wow!
Whoa!
Well,
So
there it
that's
is.
what Moissette stole during the war. Stained glass.
Oh my goodness.
This is usually where, like, the villain pops out.
Okay, final guesses. You have to give me now.
Okay. Okay, are you still thinking over there?
Yeah, you can go first.
I'm going with Heather.
You're going
Minnie
with
thinks
Heather?
it's the butler. Alright.
I didn't say the...
No, Minnie thinks it's the butler. Okay, so Vic says Heather. What do you think, Sonny? It can be anyone.
Guess I'll go with Heather as well.
Alright, you both lock in Heather.
Yes.
Sure.
Do you have any reasons behind it?
She sent a threatening letter and she was strangely absent whenever a bomb was on her door.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
You agree with that, Vic? Is that your reasoning as well?
I go with that as well, yes. That is
Okay.
much as my reasoning. It's too suspicious.
Okay.
It's not Heather, it's Dieter.
Okay. Let's read this.
If you are reading this, it means that I am dead and that you have discovered my secret. Yes, the rumors were correct. With the help of Hans von Schwesterkrank, I took the stained glass you see in front of you and hid it. Not for personal gain, but so these exquisite pieces of art would not be lost to the dangers of war. I was not a traitor, nor was Hans. He helped me because he knew it was the right thing to do. But why, you are asking, why when the war ended did I not return them? Why did I not even admit taking them? At first it was because I was angry. After all that I had done for my country, when my friendship with Hans was discovered, people turned against me and accused me of terrible things. I wanted to hurt the people of Paris the way they were hurting me, so I said nothing about the stained glass. Then, when at long last I was deemed innocent, my anger subsided, but fear took its place. I was afraid that if I revealed what I had done, the accusations would start up again, and people would once again call me a criminal and question my motives and assail my character, and it would have been too much to bear. Hans had gone back to Germany, and despite his promises to the contrary, I knew I would never see him again. Like everyone else, I just wanted to get on with what was left of my life, so again I said nothing. And gradually time passed, and Paris healed, and I healed. Yet the right time for telling the world my secret never seemed to come. And now I am Director of Public Works, a job I hold not only because I love this city, but because I wanted to make sure that someone, you, would be able to eventually find what I hid. Please make sure these pieces make a safe return to the world above, when you see them as they were meant to be seen, with sunlight streaming through their panes, interrupting the darkness with color and meaning and joy. Only then will you truly understand why I did what I did a lifetime ago. N.T. X-I-V-I-I-I.
So that's 10-4-3. Okay.
Yep.
Uh-oh, the door locked behind me, and nobody knows I'm down here. Not good.
But I can die with a lot of stained glass windows.
Yes.
I mean, that's not bad.
That's a great fate. Yeah.
Okay. I think I need to
Is
take a
it
picture.
10-4-3? Any chance?
10-4-3.
No, I don't think so.
No.
No, I think I have to use the decoder again. I think. I have to change the dials to 10. Right? Oh, no.
No.
10-4-3.
There. So those are the dials, and I need to also take a picture of this, because I think this is what I need to type. Ooh. I heard thunder outside. That was loud. Okay. Well, that did nothing.
That makes a lot of sense.
It looks like
Makes
a bunch of
all the
gibberish.
sense.
Well, the good news is, I kind of already, know the codes, so I could just put it in for you guys. It basically, is 2, 1, 5, 7, which is 2, 1, 5, 7. But if you did that correctly, this is what would happen.
Yep.
Alright, all's about to be revealed. Here we go.
Yep.
Is it Heather or Dieter?
Gazelle. Or detail.
3, 2, 1.
Well, does the dress work?
It does indeed.
Yeah! What about when I whispered? And when I turned my back? Could you hear what I said then?
Gunther, I could hear everything. With this dress, we will be able to hear every word that is spoken within 10 meters of the First Lady. And what we hear, what we sell, will make us the wealthiest spies on the planet.
Hey! I made you the dress, so how about paying me?
After the First Lady takes possession, that is our deal.
Look, I put up with the dead flowers, the letters, the paint, the idiotic phone calls. I put up with all your stupid threats for months. I deserve to get paid now.
Those weren't threats. Those were incentives meant to keep you on track. And they obviously worked. You'll get your money when she gets the dress. Let's go, Gunther.
But they're picking it up for her tomorrow. What difference does it make whether you pay me now or 24 hours from now?
Oh my gosh, it sounds like Minette made that dress for the First Lady to be some kind of bugging device. I've got to get it out of here and take it to the police.
I'm gonna save here. But effectively, unfortunately, you were both incorrect on your guess. I'm afraid.
It was a bunch of random Germans.
Where did you come from? You've been hiding in here, eavesdropping. You heard everything, didn't you?
Not everything, but enough to know that thanks to you, those two guys intend to use this dress to bug the World Summit.
I knew there was something sneaky about you the minute you walked into my office. I should have tossed you out on the spot and told Amy Grunhill to stuff it. Well, newsflash, sister. I am about to knock your nosy little block off. Hey, yeah! I'm taking you out, Nancy, and I don't
Karate
mean
time.
for sushi.
Let's go.
So, we get to have some action.
Yeah.
We have to have an action. We got to have action in this season.
Hope you're a good loser, because you are going down.
Oh, so you think you can block me, eh?
You're starting to look a little tired there.
Essa!
Riveting.
Sa! Shazza! Essa! Where did you learn to block like that? Ha! Sa!
Ow!
What?
Killa!
Ow!
Killa!
Ow!
I blocked.
Ika!
Okay, there.
Hey!
I'm getting kind of tired, I think.
Oh, is right there.
Arm's starting to feel a little weak.
Shra!
Oh, Sherrell's in the middle.
Shazza!
Ow!
Essa!
Oh.
Essa!
Hey!
Ha! Sa! Ika! I knew those Ichido classes were a waste. Essa!
Hey!
What, I hit it.
Shazza! Hita!
Might as well give up, Minette.
I can't believe it. You never threw a single punch, yet you beat me. Life is so unfair, and so horribly unrude.
Ready?
She looks like.
Where am I?
Oh my gosh. And there it was, the real reason why Minette wore that mask. A tattoo, which she later admitted she had gotten on the spur of the moment and which she instantly regretted, calling it the stupidest thing she'd ever done in her life. She also admitted that the reason she had fallen so far behind schedule was because Ernst and Gunther Schmeck, former members of the East German secret police, were paying her a small fortune to create a dress for the First Lady out of fabric they supplied. This fabric was infused with microscopic circuitry that would allow them to eavesdrop on the World Summit. All three have been arrested, which means Minette will probably be designing her next collection from a jail cell. And she doesn't care for stripes. As for the beautiful pieces of stained glass that Noisette Tornade hid away years ago, they have been returned to the churches they came from. And Noisette is finally getting the respect and gratitude she was denied after the war. Not that she was perfect, but it seems to me her biggest fault wasn't doing too little for her beloved city of Paris, but trying to do too much. And as if busting a pair of spies and recovering lost treasure weren't enough, Heather took over Minette's spring show and had me, be one of the models. Believe it or not, I managed to make it all the way down the runway and back without falling flat on my face.
Do we get to see?
Of course, I still have no idea what I was wearing, but I can tell you one thing. It was rude.
We still don't get to see her.
rude.
But it was rude. Hey, congratulations. You've been awarded for solving puzzles in the least amount of time. Oh, thank you. You ready for our next adventure?
Time to dig out the tank top,
They're
stock
going
up on
to
sunscreen, and slip on
Hawaii.
those sandals, because for my next adventure, I'm off to Hawaii,
Hey,
to the
back
Big
to the
Island
United
to be
States.
exact, where I'll be helping out this quirky entomologist, that's a bug scientist, by the way, who has just made a disturbing discovery. In fact, my working vacation quickly turns into a series of disturbing discoveries, including one that involves a legendary monster with a nasty temper and an appetite for revenge. So come with me to this island paradise and help me solve the mystery surrounding the creature of Kapu Cave. Until then, aloha.
Aloha. What do you guys think?
Oh, that was a fun game, but I just don't really quite see how we were supposed to guess that she was working with a bunch of German spies.
Honestly, I don't think they gave you a lot of clues except when the German guy called and seemed suspicious.
Oh, maybe.
And you were like, why does this weird German guy want to talk
Actually,
to
honestly, I
Minette?
forgot that happened.
Yeah. So.
Like, the only other hint we got was that she was dating a German dude.
Yeah.
That was literally it. He wasn't even connected.
So, this game, like, storyline-wise, isn't one of my top favorites, but I do love that it takes place in France. And there's some parts of it I really do enjoy. So that's why it's more of sentimental reasons that it's up in my favorites. I wasn't really big on painting the pictures to get the Euros and the water swimming parts that much, but...
You make art for money in real life anyways. Why not in the game?
Well, in the game, it's annoying. But how did you like this one, Sonny?
It was neat.
It was neat. How about you, Vic?
I enjoyed it pretty good.
Good.
Pretty good.
So, Vic, your favorite is still, you changed it. It was the one we just did, right?
It was the train.
It was the train. Okay. And, Sonny, yours is still... What is yours? Is it the tower one, or... You don't remember?
I don't remember.
Okay.
This doesn't take it, though. This game doesn't take it, though.
Okay. Well, we'll be going to Hawaii next adventure.
Yay.
Well, as always, thank you so much, Vic and Sonny, for helping me solve this mystery. And thank you, everyone on YouTube, for watching. Be sure to like, comment, and subscribe. We'll be doing more Nancy Drew in the next episode. But yeah, remember you're special and loved, never alone, and always welcome to hang out with us anytime. God bless, and thank you, as always, for watching.